1,001 little words that you say, take them away, far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Falling with you as you jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away, free from this way.
What's up? What's up, guys? Welcome back. Appreciate you guys being with us. Thank you to DGE for the quick early submission. And to Amitros for joining us. Look at that. Got ourselves a couple of peeps already. Very nice. Let me close this door because I will aggravate my girlfriend with my annoyingly loud voice that has been trained as an actor and a singer to project. What's up, guys? How was your week? How have you guys been doing? Mitros, thank you for joining the queue as well. In addition, appreciate you being part of the lineup, as always. What's going on, guys? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Boy, I forgot. You know, I can't blame you at all, Imitros, because I forget to open the goddamn queue sometimes. And I'm like, people are trying to join, and it was, oh, whoops. Well, I fucked that up. Guys, I don't necessarily know what to say at the beginning of this except to ask you how your week was. DGE, yours was probably studying and stuff like that. Because you're pretty young. Heavens, MT, what's going on, my dude? Just the man I was looking for. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Brew, another wizard killed me on D&D. I hate wizards. Fucking wizards. Are you playing PvP? Like, against other players? Because that's pretty brutal. But yeah, wizards are pretty great. Even having like looked at playing one once, I was, that looks cool. Type. What's good, Heavens? MT, don't know what you mean by that. We are in a phase where we are not writing any exams anymore for like 2 weeks. Break, the Christmas break, the holiday break. That is awesome. You get that little break off, and then you get back to it afterwards, all freshed and recharged, freshed up. Yeah, it's fun until they humiliate you from far away. Yeah, wizards and their AoE spells and their distance spells. I got a sorcerer in my group that I'm DMing, and she's a shadow sorcerer, and she took lightning bolt. It's like, what are you supposed to do against a 100-foot line of lightning? Nothing. You wait until it's over, and then you count the enemies that you have left to throw at your players. It's great. Oh, my bad. I forgot how to jump on the queue again. You just type command join Heavens Empty. That's all you got to do. And you're in the queue. Simple as that. Let's go. Yeah, for real, let's go. Well, DGE, in that case, let's go. Show me some tunes. Show me some shit. Drop me a link. Let's go. Heavens Empty. It's the other way around. So it's command, then join. Heavens Empty, are y'all in classes? Probably referring to a school. A scuola, as they say in Italian. I'm here all high writing type. That's okay. I'll be joining you quite shortly. Although I'm gonna keep my wits about me, but that's cool. All right, Heavens Empty, part of the queue. Part of the queue, part of the crew. I quite like that. Welcome to all those joining us as well on Facebook. First time ever. I'm streaming on Facebook today because I decided, like, why the fuck not? Because I have the Restream app and it lets me stream on more than one, so might as well, I guess. I know, Facebook, right, DG? It's hilarious, but, you know, here we are. Here we are. And it's, you know, it's not really working because no one's typing from Facebook. I don't even know if anyone's watching from Facebook. Oh, yeah, a couple people are watching from Facebook. Welcome to Facebook. Welcome to Facebook, the entirety of Facebook. Zuckerberg realm, welcome. I bid you hello, Crystal Sphere of Mark Zuckerberg. No, haven't worked since last week. Blue collar jobs slow down around this time of the season. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. I am experiencing the same thing. I'm like considering taking a job because, actually not just considering, looking for a job because the fucking contract work has just slowed to a goddamn crawl. It's crazy. I should go back to school though. I'm thinking exactly that, like going for some certification or some shit. And I'm sure university is fun, Imitros. I'm sure. Let's say we get this fucking party on the road, guys. Let's say we start listening to some of your music and start providing some somewhat pertinent feedback for it. How about we start doing those kind of things? Yeah? Let's fucking do it, guys. All right. Starting us off today is DGE. DGE getting us in the mix of things with Toothcut Final. So you're like set on this. So by the time I'm done listening to this track, 2 minutes of it at least, I should be like, let's go. I'll keep that in mind. But here we go with the track Toothcut, the final mix, DGE. It's 2 minutes. Ah! 2 minutes and 6 seconds. I even went on a little long. Come on. Ah! The timing of it. Okay. I'll be honest here. DGE. This sounds good. This sounds great, even. It's like, it's your sound. I hear your synth in there. I hear your kick samples and shit. Like, it's cool. Also, I'd like to take a moment to thank Heavens Empty for gifting the first sub of the week and appreciating you vocally, by the way. Thank you very much for that. Okay, DGE. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Coming in hot. Just Some Skills with the 2 gifts, now becoming the top gifter of the week. Just moments after Heavens Empty. Look at that. Oh wait, is it not allowed to go over 2 minutes? Bruh! Subs, level 1, tier 1 subs go up to 3 minutes. So yeah, that's unfortunately, that is unfortunately the case. Bruh! I know, right? It's just the worst timing. Just Some Skills, thank you very much for gifting the subs. I appreciate that. Very cool of you. Shit cool, because my song is 2:30. Yeah. Wait, did you gift a sub or did you become a subscriber? Doesn't matter. I'll allow it for today. Even because you did gift gift a sub, I'll allow it, just like so that you don't feel like your money's wasted. But in general, it's for today. I'll allow it because for the future it'll be like you are the subscriber to get 3 minutes. But yeah, exactly. DGE sub then skill issue. It's the way it is. She's the rules. So let's go. Let's talk about this real quick, dude. I had only really a problem with the false drop. It kind of threw me off in the way that I didn't want to be thrown off. Not in the way where I'm like, more tension, in the way where I'm like, this released weirdly. So let's go back to that part real quick. Let's go back to just before the build, actually. Yeah, so you got that first. You do that cool. That's really cool, by the way. So it's just weird because I think there's not enough contrast between the first, the last beat, I guess, of your build and that particular like lawnmower starting sound. That's the only way I could define it at this point. But let's go back to listen to the part before it. Yeah, you know what does it for me? It's the sub impact. It's fucking fly. Yes, I got him. Hunter. Yeah, you know what's doing it for me? The problem it's doing for me is that it's going down in sub frequency and then it's coming back up. And it's like this weird wishy-washy effect instead of like going, it's like that's more of impactful than, you know, like it's hard to say this with words, but essentially the feel of a descent and an ascent is much less impactful than the feel of a descent and then a one impact. So maybe there's something to be done there, but yeah. Damn you, Ninja, how you so good at this for real? I have a lot of practice, both in music understanding and also fly killing, especially in this studio for both. So like, I practice is the answer. Fly didn't stand a catch. It didn't even stand a chance even. That fly was gone, bro. That fly was over. It was its time to go. You know, like there's that movie, I forget which one, with Justin Timberlake, where like the timer above the head, and like you know how much time is left until that person dies, that crazy ass movie? Yeah, that fly, zero seconds left on that fucker's timer. Okay, coming back to the music, the actual relevant thing that we're talking about here. I think that's pretty much the only problem that I have with your track. The rest is preference, such as your drop. You know what I'm going to say, but I'm not going to say it. But for real, it's dope. It's dope. It's grooving. It's like I'm enjoying myself when I feel that offset. So I don't have anything to say about that. Cool patterns. It makes me think a lot of, there's this artist, I forget, there's these wobbles, this old school wobble. I want to say, no, I don't remember the name. There's this old school dubstep artist that used to do like a lot of wobbles like that. That's cool. So it makes me think of that. It makes me gives me that kind of like life there. Okay, yeah, that's good. I don't think I have anything to say about the middle section either. Your second break, I suppose. It does drag on a little bit, but I mean, it's only been a minute and a half that the song is playing, so it's not like a terrible crime against musical humanity or whatever. I went deep for that one. Yeah, the break is cool, and it does come back in with that stupid sound thing. I said stupid, but I meant like simple. And then we're back into it with the similar bridge rise, which I don't have a problem with, actually. I don't really have a problem with it. Again, it's just a little repetitive. I just want to hear what the drop does. Okay, so you vary up the wobs a little bit, which is good. But this seems to be like a very... It's like an amuse-bouche for like dubstep or rhythm in this case. And it like just allows us to get a taste of this texture in each drop. Enough so that we are satiated, but that we want more after each drop. So it's a good strategy here that you're doing here, DGE. I got to give it to you. The people will come back to listen to this repetitively because it's short and sweet. So it's like, I like that personally. DJs don't do the wobbles anymore. They fucking better. Wobbles are awesome. You are welcome, DGE. But thank you also, because I don't really have any complaints about this song other than that like sort of build. So just be aware of it. Just because it could very well be like stripping away the tension that you want your track to be building, but very subtly and in a way where most people will go like, I'm not sure what it is about this build, but it's kind of weird. But that's it, man. Honestly, apart from that, it is pretty much a final. I'll give it to you, man. I'll give it to you there. It's a final mix. It's a fucking banger, man. Goddamn banger. So yeah. Well done. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to it, for allowing us to take it apart a little bit and like analyze it real quick. Thank you for trusting us, as always, DGE, with your track. It's wonderful to see you again, as always. Please stick around, as you always have some wonderful feedback analysis for us with regards to other people's tracks. Now, here's the thing. You're trusting me. I honestly appreciate that. Truly, like, I cannot complain about someone taking my musical opinion seriously. So thank you for that, man. So here's the thing. Heaven's Empty, technically, was the first top gifter of today, right? But the rules are that the top gifter of the week automatically gets a line skip. So what that would mean, unfortunately for Imitros in this particular case, is that Heaven's Empty, if you exercise your right to skip, you would come before Imitros in that case. But then Just Some Skills would come ahead of you, being also not only a sub, but also a top gifter of the week. So let's do heads and tails. Well, are you flipping or am I? Let fate decide. If you're going to let fate decide, I'm going to be with a D20. That's always going to be for me. And if you want me, okay. I got to get me a dice cam. I'm realizing this, that there needs to be an actual die cam because I'm actually using this fairly often on this stream, more than I thought I would. What am I rolling also? Like, what are the rules? Okay, so 10 and below, you don't use your skip, and Imitros stays where he is, meaning he's after Just Some Skills. 11 and up, 11 to 20, and you use your skip, and so unfortunately Imitros falls behind in the line. Sorry, buddy. So here we go. It's a 17! That's a great roll. So, let us do that then. I'm sorry, Imitros, buddy. I'm sorry that, unfortunately, in this initiative order, you rolled pretty low initiative. I won't lie to you. But the next on the docket will be Just Some Skills, followed by Heaven's Empty, followed by Imitros. So we are going to proceed then immediately. Oh my God! Look at the song title too. You've already heard this. I just want mixed feedback. I did not re-record the first verse yet, by the way. I don't mind the wait. LOL. I get to play a little bit more. Oh, gaming, are ya? What are you playing right now? What are you playing? Are you playing Baldur's Gate? You're probably playing Baldur's Gate, because that makes sense to me. As a D&D player, I would be playing Baldur's Gate constantly if I could afford a console that can play it, or a PC. But here we are. All right. So, the sax. That makes more sense. As well, you're a musician, so that's awesome that you can play the sax too, by the way. It's one of my favorite brass or woodwind instruments, technically woodwind, but one of my favorite brass-made instruments, specifically the tenor, but the baritone. I'm torn between the bari and tenor, unfortunately, in my life. I love them both. All right, we've already heard this. I just want mixed feedback. I did not re-record the first verse yet, by the way. So let's just go into the mix. I don't mind the wait. Oh yeah, that's what you said already. I spent so many hours trying to mix this, I'm going to lose my mind, but I think I'll play Baldur's Gate now. You should, dude. It's incredible. I've only watched gameplay and I've only wanted to play as a result. It looks amazing. I have the alto, but the tenor is my favorite. Alto is a beautiful sounding instrument, don't get me wrong, but yeah, tenor vibrates differently. It really does hit differently. Okay, folks, we're going to get into our second track of the day here. After a nice little swig. Gotta drink your water, folks. All right, Just the Singer. You have already submitted this track. You have said it before. You've not re-recorded the first verse, and we're looking for some mixing advice because you have spent so many hours doing so, you're going to lose your mind. I get it. It's hard to get lost into the nitty-gritty. I get it. Let's hear what we've got.
Silhouette moments of faces and empty smiles. The places I wait in just let me down. Spinning around, I'm stuck in a daze. Clarity came when I saw your face. You flipped a light on in me. I believe you're my missing piece. Oh, I was trying hard to find you. Now that you're here, I won't let go. And I'll stand by you. We're inseparable lovers. You can't undo the way you healed me. I'm forgetting yesterday. Only listen to your name. I can take you all the way. If that's okay with you, then it's okay with me. I'm not gonna run away. This is my house, I'm here to stay. Trust me, I'm not lying. I'm learning to lose the past. Some might say it happened fast. That just means it's working, baby. I know you feel it too. A love one in a million, not something to let go. A simple look just tells me all that I need to know. And I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers. You can't undo the way you healed me. I'm not going back to the way it was before. 'Cause I stand by you. 'Cause you healed me. I'll stand your and I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers. You can't undo the way you healed me. I'm not going back to the way it was before. 'Cause I stand by you. 'Cause you healed me.
Okay, yeah. I do remember this song, of course. We talked about it on and off stream, actually. I have to agree with DGE on this. The mastering is a little bit over compressed. So what's happening is that there are moments where it's sounding nice and full and good, and then when there are dynamic punches, as your drums being a louder instrument than the rest, which is good, well mixed, I guess. It is slamming your compressor back way too far. Oh, that motherfucker got away this time. That's okay. I'll get him next time. Yeah, it's slamming your track back and decompressing in a weird way. Compressing and decompressing, actually. It's a little bit too heavy on that, particularly. I also start, and this is an interesting note, again, having a lot of experience mixing vocals. I am starting to hear the effects of someone who is undergoing the effects of ear fatigue. So your vocals are mixed a little bit too aggressively in the high mids, and what happens is that every time you like mix it, you listen to it and you're like, oh man, the vocals aren't popping out anymore, and like you push up the 2.5K a little bit, you push it up a little bit, you push it up a little bit, and then by the time you're done mixing that session after like hours and hours and hours, you've gained like 1 or 2 full dB of like high mids, and it's then your mix changes to your ears, which are now tired. It sounds great, but to a listener, it sounds unfortunately too harsh in that way. So we're going to have to do something about that. But my biggest piece of advice to you is, Josh, take breaks. Take some breaks. Do for a couple of hours, then step away, do something else. Go play some games, stream, do your thing. Give your ears an actual break to recuperate. And that doesn't necessarily mean playing games that'll involve you cranking shit into headphones, because that doesn't really give your ears breaks. I get enormous amounts of tinnitus during the day or night, and I have to like just turn everything off sometimes and just like work in silence just to let it settle, or like repressurize my ears for like 10 or 15 minutes by just holding down on them. But it helps. It does help. The compression is a mastering thing. Yes. What I'm hearing in specifically the compressing issue is a huge mastering issue. Not huge, but like pretty big, in the sense of like it doesn't sound like ready for submission yet, ready for release. This is why Mike is the best. If ever got big, I would want you as my manager. I would manage the shit out of you, Heavens MT. Like, I would know what is good for your music, what is good for like the social aspect of it, not necessarily the nitty gritty of like what time to post on TikTok and how often every day, but the mentality, the image, the stuff like that. I think, having seen a lot that works and hasn't worked, having tried a lot of shit myself that hasn't worked, feel like I can bring something to an artist's table, you know? I could really offer something that can help them. But today we're focusing just on the mixing and the mastering and the arranging and the composing. Not even in this case, Josh, because yeah, you have a little bit of re-recording work in the first verse to do, but we've talked about that. I think really your high mids are a little harsh in your vocals. You could also stand to bring out a little bit of your low mids. So like around that 200, 300 range, depending on what your vocals respond to. I could actually pull up a project right now. You know what, guys? We have Josh here. Josh is our buddy. I'm going to just save this project. We're going to open up his song. The song that we mixed, by the way. And we're going to find your vocal points. We're going to find your vocal points. So yeah. Lit Tissues, by the way, thank you very much for joining us today and for saying what's up and joining the queue. And also, thank you for the compliment on the feedback. Appreciate it. Sideshow Hugo, Awe Domobu. I love seeing you there, my friend. Thank you very much, Hugo, for joining us. Let's go, Josh. Okay, so really quickly, without getting into much of the nitty-gritty, let's go into Josh's vocals here in the chorus. And let's see the midpoints that I accentuated. I didn't give that much. Look, there's tiny little things. But let's hear how these vocals... Lit Tissues, thank you for the follow.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
That sounds clean. I'm really happy with the way that sounds. That's another thing, Josh, is... everything else sounds good besides the mid and compression, though. This is actually, so yeah, yish. My answer is yish. Because yes, it sounds good, but it could sound better. My suggestion to you would be to slightly compress your vocals more on their own. The vocals for the verses a little bit and the vocals for the choruses a little bit more. Using what I would recommend to you, a limiter on the end of your chain, just absolutely slamming the shit out of it and giving not really much headroom to work will really bring out the consonants and the vowels in your singing, and it'll listen to this difference here. This is without a limiter.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance.
So no, let's get relative volume though. Let's bring it up to relatively similar volume.
My soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only...
Let's actually listen to this in the mix, because that's the only reason it matters, really.
I'm afraid you sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
So that sounds okay. It sounds like your mix, basically. It sounds like you are singing live. what we want is it to sound like studio. So when we turn on that limiter and we bring this back, because this is going to slam the vocals volume-wise, listen to how this pops in this chorus.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
It speaks for itself. It's like that's the sound that you want for vocals for pop music and rap and hip hop. It's in general, that is what you want. And yeah, it's essentially, Josh, just add a limiter to the end of the chain. I know that could be simply said, but I prefer to demonstrate it so that people go like, oh shit, did you hear what kind of a difference that made? Yes. This has got to be the number one trick for vocals that makes everything just come together. Because before that, I'm not doing that much. A little bit of de-essing. I'm doing some soft compression here, doing a very low ratio. The threshold isn't even that high, so it's not doing that much. Less than 5 dB of compression with less than 3 on the ratio is doing very little to shape the sound, only taking off some of the edge. Then I think I'm compressing a little more drastically, yeah, around 5.8 or 6, so double the ratio at around the same threshold. So we're like just enhancing that more. We're just giving more into that consistent sound. But now the problem is that there's still this bouncing between the compressor and the transients, and you just want to just smooth all of that out. So when it comes out in the mix, it's going from like, sold my soul, traded it in for, it's going, sold my soul, traded it in for another man. You know, it's just right in front of you. That's what that's doing. So yeah. Essentially, how to mix vocals. Compress softly, compress a little more, limit. You have pop vocals. End of story. Has more of a radio edit vibe, if I'm correct? Exactly. That is the vibe we're going for here. Pop music and pop vocals. That is not good for some folk shit because it's going to be like, what is this doing standing out of the mix so aggressively? This is like someone who wants to upstage everybody else on the stage. It's ugly. It's ugly. But yeah. Freaking Mike, his ear are almost as good as mine. True, your ears, you are one of the best ears that I've heard. You have imagination for it. You have an instinct for musical creation, so I respect that. Finally, a streamer that I can actually learn from. Thank you, I try. I've only started doing this recently because I was like, oh, well, people might actually enjoy this, so I think I do. So less master compression, turn down mids, add limiter, taking notes. That's a good move, man. That's a good move. I'm gonna not save any of my changes because the mix is done, the master is done, and there's nothing else to do to that track. It's coming out in 2 days, by the way, guys. That track that you just heard, give some love to Just Some Skills because that's the song that we were working on together, and that's his track with his buddy and his buddy Spencer, I believe, and that shit's coming out on the 19th, turns out. So guys, if you want to definitely find out what that song sounds like fully, go check out Josh, Just the Singer, Just Some Skills on Twitch as well. Shit's coming out in 3 days, y'all. It's going to be sick. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thanks, bud. Take care. Need to go back to work. Was on the shitter for a bit. Take care. You go. Thanks for your shitter love. Oh, Lord. So that's, I think, yes, Josh, that's pretty much the only thing that I would have to say mix-wise as it stands now. The EQing of the vocals and the compression of the vocals and the, letting the, you're going to have to balance loudness versus over-compression. So you might have to, rework your master chain a little bit so that you get the equivalent loudness that you're getting now, but with less pumpish compression. Try fucking with a multi-band compressor so that it evens out all of the frequencies first. Then when you come into your limiter, it might actually end up pumping a little bit less because there are less frequencies triggering that pumping limiter, including your drums, of course. So try that. Try fucking with that for the master. And if that doesn't resolve it, then you might have to just deal with a somewhat softer and somewhat less compressed master. And sometimes we got to make that compromise. unfortunately. But that's it, Josh. Thank you for letting us listen to the track online, for providing feedback that I think everybody's learned from today. So thanks for that. Thanks for being open to that feedback. I know you take my advice in stride and work some shit out. I appreciate that very much, as always. And for gifting, being the top gifter of our week so far, thank you. And thank you for trusting us with your track, my dude. We were moving on. Thanks again, Josh. Moving to our next one, which will be our second leading gifter of the week, which is Heaven's Empty. So let's, I think actually your link might still be somewhere here in my chat. It is, it's right here. I don't love that. Oh wow, it actually opened pretty quickly. Oh, but you're too quick on the draw. Look at that with your link submission. Boom. Lit Tissues Q. Yeah, we're actually moving pretty quickly through each one. So yeah, we were actually getting some headway here. Lit Tissues. We should be moving through a couple in a one after the other. Okay, bro. That name, A Pity Party is Still a Party. That's pretty cool. All right. That's pretty hilarious. Dropping this February 1st, so got room for edits. Okay, good. I'm glad you're giving yourself some time. So that's a lot of time to work. I don't know, are you mixing this yourself, or are you what's the context here, Heaven's Empty? I don't know if you're like, what's your role in this particular production? Did you write, record, play, produce? Did you everything this track? DGE, oh, you back, and you're gonna go lurk because I'm talking to a friend right now. Have fun. Well, thank you for your lurkage. Either way, hope to see you back again soon. No, same homie I had. I'm just singer-songwriter. Cool. All right, let's work on it then. Let's see what we've got with this. It's prod from Hadium, and we got the stems to change things here and there. That's, love that. Which means we can really go into that and like maybe enhance some things greatly, which is fantastic. Let's without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Heaven's Empty, and the track A Pity Party is Still a Party. Technically, still a party. Here we go.
Stuck to my bed, I'm over my head. Going gets rough, I'm done. Blackout dead, I've fallen again. The longer I live, the more I admit. A troubled soul who showed you every scar I own, while you just sat there with your face harder than stone. Don't waste your life on somebody else. Don't waste your time on love when it's Who knew that love would be so cruel? White lines could never replace you. Heartache, dark times, I long till I find my way towards light. So long and good night. Don't waste your life on somebody else. Don't waste your time on love when it's
All right, that will be. Oh no, sorry, Heaven's Empty. You did the thing, nothing.
on somebody else.
Sorry about that. My apologies. Forgot about the thing with the thing. Okay. Okay, it's a good track. You have some nice vocal lines, and I want those to pop a little bit more, so I'm going to give you some shit to make that happen. Lit Tissues, I don't know if I could submit mine actually after listening to these tracks. Yo, this is for all levels of production. Like, even starter levels, like, I'll give you starter advice, you know what I mean? Like, I'll tune my shit to match your shit. How can I be more clear? So yeah, essentially, what I'm saying with this here, Heaven's Empty. So you have, first of all, I have a question for you, actually. Is this mastered? Are there like effects on the mastering channel? Because I know it's not mastered, but are we still in the mixing without mastering effects stage, I guess, is what I'm saying. First question, because it's important. It'll lead to a lot of... I think it's the MP3 before the final. Okay. That doesn't quite answer my question. I guess what I mean is like, this week is all feedback week. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad you're receptive to it. But I guess my point is, like, have you applied mastering effects? Like, is there a limiter on the main channel? Is there like compressors, EQs? Like, have you done things to the master channel yet in order to like finalize this track? Yes, I believe so. Okay. Okay, so that, then yes, then there's a lot of notes that I have. Okay, so first things first, I think that the drums, when they come in, all that not be, but I was there with my homie while he was asking me what I prefer for the track. Okay, so he was mixing it up for you, and he was asking you like what you like in terms of sound. Okay, cool. We could deal with that. So let's go to the beginning of this. A little bit of a long intro, not my favorite, but it does build a little bit. Let's talk about it. This could be half the length. This is like literally one of those intros that could be half as long, and it'll accomplish even more than in its current state. I know that's tough in this stage, but it's possible to cut those and make this song shorter and just make it punch a little harder. I don't know if you have time, but I could pay you to write a small email to my producer with notes because he's the brains to the mixing. I'm too dumb for this tech stuff. Okay. That's good to know. Heaven's Empty, message me on Discord on my in my server because we can do an off-air. I've done this already with actually another viewer. Actually, I've done this with a couple of viewers, but one recently who literally paid me for a session like this, but much more in detail, where I literally write down, I give mix notes, obviously, and I provide written mix notes as well, but I explain to you why all of this shit needs to be in this exact way and like note by note. But we could talk about it off stream, and we could have like a video to video session and really like hash shit out. So let me know on Discord. That is absolutely an option. But let me go through it real quick. So first thing, again, this intro could be half as long. It could be cut and snipped to be half as long, and it'll accomplish more in its shortened length because it'll have more of a rise more quickly, and it'll just get to the point faster. So we're like already interested in the song. We're like, okay, what's this gonna be? If it's building this great, what is this song gonna be? We get excited faster. Let's move on to the first verse. I think, let's hear it.
I'm over my bed, I'm stuck to my bed, I'm over my head. Going gets rough,
So I find that the drums are mixed a little bit loudly in this section, and that the vocals are mixed a little bit softly. It's sort of like reverse of, not reverse, because the drums should have some impact, but I think what it sounds like is that the drums were mixed to a level throughout the song, and that's the level that they stay at. And that's fine usually when you're dealing with drummers, like physical drummers who are playing parts softer or louder. But I can tell that these are all sampled drums, and it's very fine. Sampled drums sound great. They sound very usable. But they're not human. So you have to sort of humanize them, and volume is the first way you're going to do that, the first line of defense. So I find your drums throughout are a bit robotic volume-wise, and I'm going to point it out in multiple places. Show you here it's too loud, here it's not loud enough, here it's the same level, it's good, then it's going to be not loud enough again. I'll show you. The other thing is your vocals are not super loud in this section either. That, when the drums are regulated, might be helped. But I'm not a fan necessarily of just keeping them in the background. I prefer that they be a little more lead, which is what they are.
Blackout, did I fall in
It feels better already in the second half of this.
again? Trouble, so who showed you every
Hi-hat's not loud enough in this section also.
scar I own while you just sat there with your face harder
Your vocals are perfect level at this point, by the way. It sounds lovely.
than stone?
And so there's no real... Here's the other thing. Yes, my producer and I were having issues tackling the drum issue. Well, yeah, of course. That's very, very logical to me because it is a bit of an issue here. What's up, Couch Tracks? Welcome back. Thanks for joining the queue as always. Appreciate seeing you here, man. Okay, so the problem also is that because your drums are not loud enough or they're too loud in the verse, they become not loud enough in the chorus when they should logically get louder, as all the instruments do. So everything takes a step up in the chorus. That's my first comment. It needs to be louder in the chorus or just softer the sections before. The other comment that I have for this chorus is there's no delineation between this is the verse and this is the chorus. It's kind of just like, okay, that can work. In this case, I think you might want to do with a transition of sorts. So maybe like a guitar riff or something that like sort of announces that there's going to be a change. I don't know. I'm a guitarist, I think. I have some ideas. And I'm thinking your key of your song... Oh no, I didn't want to open this one. No, quit quickly. Oh, it's not going to do it. Yours is in C sharp minor, if I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay. I shouldn't have opened this. I should not have opened this. It's all frozen. Okay. I'm gonna wait until this shit unfreezes, even though it just did. Essentially, having a thing with your you're not even gonna be able to hear it even if I play it. Something like literally just a little riff like that. If you could insert that in a sample capacity or in like a like if you know someone who plays the guitar and you just need a couple of licks recorded, you have them plug in directly to your interface. Here we go. And you have them do something like... Jesus. That's so loud. Okay, let's do this.
Every scar I own while you just sat there with your face harder than stone.
Just that. Just that. Shut it, Toby. Just that will add something that will give your A section and your B section some form of storytelling that will link them. And it'll also give a little more hype to the next section. The next section will feel more like, oh shit, there's a reason for us to keep listening. So those little additions are something to consider. If you could program that in with a synth, or if you could program that in with a guitar, not a MIDI guitar for fuck's sake, but if you could like just record that real quick, that kind of stuff helps that really a lot. All right, let's go to the verse 2. So yeah, the drums, again, not loud enough in this chorus because everything came up and we need the drums to turn up. Vocals need to be louder in verse 2 as well. It's better here, but too little too late. We need to get to the point a little bit quicker. So you see here, you took a break on those instruments.
So long and good.
you have only the vocals, cut the drums too. Why not? That's a great way to achieve more impact. Doing something like that and just cutting all your instruments and having just your vocals, easy fix. Something as easy as trimming and fading out, you can have infinitely more impact on your next chorus. Absolutely. Worth it. Worth it. And that's it. I think, oh yeah, no, C3. Let's see here. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, chill out, iTunes. No one gives a fuck about you. I'm actually going to quit you. God, iTunes complaining. The fuck is this? What is this, 2007? When iPods were still relevant? So, yeah. I think your last chorus could also have a little bit more dynamic and punch. You do have a B section to this chorus in particular, which is good. That's good, but I don't necessarily just love the sound of reverb. I may want other things, again, maybe in the guitar region, inspiring us a little bit here. Or something like that. Worth it. Worth it. Something that adds a melodic texture, something that we're not going to hear necessarily otherwise, something that we really we haven't heard yet in the song. It's like it needs a little bit of an augmentation at the end, a little bit of an upgrade. And that's kind of the idea here, where you're kind of upgrading your song to its final form. This is the last chorus. It needs to explode now or never. The most of everything or don't bother with anything. That's kind of the rule of art in general, for cinema, for theater, for everything that is portraying an artistic expression of some kind. The most of everything is a rule that we adhere to because it sounds better. and that's sort of like the universally agreed upon truth based on what society and music industry has agreed upon mutually. So that's what I'm trying to help you with here. Taking so much notes. This is school. I actually like it. A school I actually like. Yeah, I wish school was like this for me every day too, dude. This gives me A7X vibes. Avenged Sevenfold. I love those guys, man. Well, I love their earlier stuff, I suppose. But that makes me one of 90% of the fans of Avenged Sevenfold. I'm glad that it does give you that, because that's sort of the, vibe you're portraying here is like sort of a slower, simple planny, Avenged Sevenfold-y sort of vibe is what you're putting forth. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate everything. I'll send you a Discord message so we can work on detail services. I would love that. So yeah, let me know either way, Heavens Empty, because you got a track here that's pretty good, pretty hooky, and can get some traction, honestly. I do think that we need to mix it a little more thoroughly and a little more aggressively pop-wise. So that's possible. Just hit me up. I'll help you out with it. Thank you either way, Heavens Empty, for allowing us to listen to the track, speak about it online. You being open to the feedback helps me a lot, and I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Heavens Empty. Ladies and gentlemen, that is wonderful. Let us continue. I think it's Imitros next. Yes, it is. Watch Imitros. I was about to say, watch Imitros ask us what we want to listen to. You know what, folks? I haven't done this in a while, and I don't know why. Question. Imitros' track. Electronic, waltz, or experimental? Electronic, waltz, or experimental? Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute poll, quick poll. Vote now. Because I could roll a D20 as many times as you want. But there's two problems with that. I want y'all to feel the session. I want y'all to feel in charge a little bit. Number one. And number two, D20 is not divisible by 3. So that's a problem, mathematically. Inspector Beck, hey yo, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Inspector Beck. Thank you very much for coming on back. Appreciate you being with us today on this day. That's odd. Josh donated 2 subs. And there ain't 2 more subscribers. What the fuck is going on here? That's weird. I was supposed to have more. Oh, wow. A tie between waltz and experimental. Epic. Now we can decide with a die. So, experimental, 1 to 10. Waltz, 11 to 20. Got it there. Tossing it up a few times. Natural 20! Brr, 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 brr. I wish there was a button for that. I wish I had a button where I hit natural 20 and everything explodes with celebration. I wish I had a button. So it'll be waltz. Waltz it is, dude. That's fucking funny. Lit tissues, I gotta tell you, man. I went alphabetical. That's literally how I went for it. So experimental was 1 to 10, and 11 to 20 was the waltz. But that's funny. That's funny. I love natural 20s. They make me feel so good inside. Good inside! Actually, wait a minute. What am I doing? I literally have a professional sounding drum kit right here, and I get to imitate songs to my liking. Good inside! Wow. And my snare's not working! Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? There. I did it properly. I can't not. So, we're going to do this waltz track by Imitros, which is just loaded. By your side. Inspector Beck, how do I submit again? You press Command Join, and then you get your SoundCloud link ready. Or you could actually submit gives you the instructions, so that there you go. Command Join in the chat and have your SoundCloud ready, but don't submit it yet. So let us carry on here. Let us continue to listen to our next track by Imitros, the track being a waltz, By Your Side. Here we go. That will be 2 minutes for us to this day on this day. Thank you, Sentry. How the fuck do you even say that? Central One. Central One. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're getting our way to 420. This wasn't was this the waltz track, Imitros? I'm curious about that. Demo Beats also, hey, welcome back. Appreciate you joining the queue. It is very interesting, this track. It is awesome. Inspector Beck. It is quite cool. Hi, friend. Hello, Central One. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, Central One. Hello, friend. It's a very experimental waltz. Yeah, it's not exactly waltz in the 3/4 sense, and that's pretty much what defines a waltz. But it has that very bum 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 feel in 4/4. That's okay. It's an experimental waltz. We'll deal with it. We'll go with it. Now, I have a couple of comments. First of all, you did not record most of these instruments, if I am not mistaken. The flute it says here that you're playing the jazz flute, so I'm taking it on your word that you did record that. But it sounds like the strings and the other things are not recorded in this particular case. They sound queued up and kind of a little more digitally than your usual work. And yet that has happened with your music before, where I'm like, really? It sounds so pristine. It sounds almost too good for an orchestra, which is, I acknowledge, has happened with your music in the past. That said, I'll talk about a few things here. So first thing is in this section. Zelda vibes. It's funny that a warrior from the lands of Mordor, this is what it says here, I'm not making this up, folks. A warrior from the lands of Mordor ordered me to make this piece. I'm handcuffed. And I believe it, but I believe more that a warrior from the land of Mordor kidnapped you from Hyrule, because this shit screams Zelda. This just screams Save Me Link. This shit is like starting menu of the Tears of the Kingdom. Literally. I don't even know because I've never played that game, so I actually can't tell you. But it should be. It fucking should be. Why didn't they put this one, guys? First off. There is a weird, and this is going to be hard to describe more than saying, there is a weird low end effect somewhere here going on somewhere. It's hard to hear, and it's like subtle, but it's in there, and I'm sure about that because I'm hearing that there is this. Let's listen together. It's going like really deep and low, and it's just, I feel like it's part of the strings coming back in, like it's almost the attack or the release of the strings. There's something in there that's bothering me, and I got to figure it out because I thought it was the flute at first. When I was going later on and I was listening to it, I was like, the flute is doing, like, it's as if you weren't. It's as if you weren't high passing the flute enough. Well, it's the bow of the cello hitting the wood. So low pass that, or rather, sorry, high pass that, please, because you could very well scoop out that frequency a little bit, and then that's all you need. Because I don't think the cello is playing any particularly low bassy notes. Yeah, no, it's not. You could afford to high pass that a little bit more. You could afford to take out some of the bass from that instrument a little tiny bit. So dainty and lovely, well composed, much more commercially like commercial chord progression, something very easy to digest chord progression wise, something that's not taking us too far away from home compositionally, you know, like we're going from the what is it? It sounds like a G. F sharp. Very simple, a very, very little play on alternative chords and alternative intervals or whatever it may be. A very, very dainty and light and airy and ethereal and easy to digest. So wonderfully done there. It's giving us some very real vibes, honestly. So piano, the last problem that I have with this track, pretty much. There is not enough dynamic in the piano, a variance of dynamic in the piano's playing. What I mean by that is the velocities need to be humanized a little bit more to feel like what a pianist would actually be playing with those parts. It's all very compressed and very flat played, and I think that we could go in there and do a little more sculpting. The other thing is I think you could bring that volume of that piano down a little bit because it is very forward and it could do with maybe a dB or two less, personally, is what I think. So I would recommend that you maybe do that. Noisemaker, by the way, welcome and thank you for joining us and thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that. Holy, I have to put more emotion on my piano playing. It's so hard to. I'm not a pianist. When I tell people what instruments I say, I play guitar, I play drums, I play bass, I sing, and I can play some keyboards because I know specifically that, like, I can't say with honesty that I can play the keyboards with a proficiency and emotion. I could hit some notes. I know what chords go where, but it's so hard to play piano or keyboards. It's so hard to play it. Like play is what we're talking here. It's hard to do that. But that's pretty much it, dude. I think that the rest of your track was lovely. I think it had a whole lot of fun elements and a whole lot of times where I was enjoying myself to a point where I could get lost in it if I were to just like let it carry me away. I think personally you are on the right track with this one, would be my personal suggestion, or my personal comment on this. Because there's very little to be done left. It's just those little tweaks, little things. So that being said, Dimitros, thank you very much for submitting and for allowing us to listen to it online. Thanks for taking our attention for a time with this music. That's like what I was saying is like I could get lost in this, and it's true. It's like it's music that just I'm in it. Thank you for allowing us to provide feedback and being open to that feedback. Thanks you for trusting us with your tracks. We are moving on, folks. We got a couple of people in the lineup that showed up. Thank you to all. I saw Krayos in there at some point. Who we got right now in this queue? We got. Where is it at? Where'd the queue go? We got Lit Tissues, which is right now, by the way. We got Couch Tracks, Inspector Beck, Demo Beat Central, Krayos, and Noisemaker. Damn, y'all. Y'all lighting up this chat. What the fuck? Bro, can you rate our beats? Demo Hacker. Demo Hacker. Yes. I'm not going to rate it on like a 1 out of 10, on a 10 on 10 rating. I'm going to tell you what I think will make it better. That's for sure. I will do that. But I'm not going to rate your shit like this is good or bad. Who the fuck am I to tell you whether it's good or bad? I think it could, if it's the most of what it can be, that's a different statement altogether. But yes, I can rate your beat. Fuck, yes. Join the queue. Command join. You start dreaming with the music. That is a gift. Yeah, dude. I see images when I hear music. I see shit like crazy shit. I see like landscapes. I see people. I see all kinds of shit, dude. It's crazy. And it's helped me so much to play D&D and to be a DM. So when people like tell me what they're hearing or what they're envisioning, I actually start to practice it with just not just music, but with words. It starts to like spark images in my brain. It's so cool, dude. It's the coolest thing ever. It's so fucking cool. Thank you, Mike. My pleasure. Thank you, Amitro. It's always my pleasure. Lit Tissues. I'm pulling up your track, but it's not my computer be bugging up, folks. Just to let you know, like this lag that you're seeing, acknowledged. I know. I am aware. If you want to change it, you can always donate to the stream. Donate specifically to the Mike Smack is about to give out fund, because it is. It absolutely is. I think it's going to explode any given day. And I want to get a computer that can actually handle doing what I'm doing here properly. At least that for now. Can you rate my physique, bro? I'm even less of a critic for your physique because I got myself a little keg of Heineken going here. Okay, rate my beat, brew. Well, musical piece. I ain't gonna do it. It's cool. I think it's awesome. Me too. Lit Tissues. God, you know, right? It's fine, brother. We get it. Do you have your files backed up in case? Not for this computer, actually. I gotta get on that probably. I gotta gut too. Gut gang! Gut squad! Okay. And with that said, we're going to get right back to the run of things here. We have Lit Tissues going with the artist name Tanny, Wasting Time. I listened to a track called Wasting Time not long ago. That's funny. I guess it's a popular title. Either way, we got this Lit Tissues. So what do we? What's your role in this? Did you produce this? Did you rap this? Did you sing this? Let us know in the chat. We're gonna listen to it while you. Or you're just too quick for it. I did the vocals and mixing, just not the beat. Okay. That's good to know. Let's listen to it together, ladies and gentlemen. The artist known as Tanny and the track "Wasting Time."
VDV got it.
Girl, you wasting time, but I told ya. Switching like controller. Fix me, I'm solo, yeah. Girl, you wasting time. Girl, you out your mind. I'm just trying to find that you ain't wasting time. No, you ain't wasting time, yeah. Do what you want to me, cause I've been through it all, only misery. If you look, you find I'm a waste of time, but I'm in your mind, just trying to find you. I blacked out at your party last night, bloody nose and a black eye. No one knows about last night. Yeah. So let's do it all again. So let's do it all again. Girl, you're wasting time, but I told ya. Switching like controller. Fix me, I'm solo, yeah. Girl, you're wasting time. Girl, you out your mind. I'm just trying to find that you ain't wasting time. No, you ain't wasting time, yeah. That you ain't wasting time. No, you ain't wasting time, yeah.
Okay, and I'm imagining that the rest is going to be an outro, chilled out stuff without instrumental, without beats, and just with the bass and the synth and some vocal improvisations. I'm assuming that's my best guess. So First things first, let's get that out of the way. Second of all, now, you're using auto-tune. Okay, not my favorite, personal preference, but I understand its function. Now that we have established that, turn it up. Dial your tuning in universally through, because your singing doesn't seem to be like complementing the soft tune that much. You seem to be drifting between notes a little bit on occasion, and I would almost maybe prefer that you would have full auto-tune on a little bit more aggressively so that it would be at least on pitch. Then we could worry about the drifting between notes and the robotic, very square pitch like effect between notes. But yeah, because you are not exactly on pitch all the time, so we're just dial it up. It's what you got to do. Next thing. So I'm hearing on your lead vocals on the chorus, these ones here.
Staying time, but I told ya. Switch it like controller. Fix me, I'm solo. Yeah.
All right. So on this vocal, what I could hear. Actually, let's talk about Coach Chuck's first, because I actually like that advice. It was going to be advice that I was going to give too, but let's talk about that first. During the hook part, if you ad-lib the offs, washed out, girl, you're wasting time, girl, you're wasting time, like a call and response deal, absolutely. That will already add interest in your stuff. It actually would be beneficial to you, lit tissues, to like do that for a bunch of these parts where you have emptiness, because it's your hook. It should be pretty full. Whole ass fucking beat with nothing vocally in it.
Fix me, I'm solo. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Those little in betweens, those are nice.
You're wasting time. Girl, you out your mind. I'm just trying to find.
And yeah, definitely some call and response here, for sure. Gives the opportunity to play with the melody more too. Harmonizing, sure. You're gonna want to do some melodic work in the second chorus for sure. You're gonna want to add into those spaces. You're gonna want to fill those spaces in the second chorus in that way to make it more interesting. But in the first chorus, we're gonna talk more about call and response and like filling space with stuff we already have heard, just to like not leave dead space, because we're getting a lot of dead space, and there's a difference between negative space and dead air. So yeah, tiny ad-libs in the spaces would be great. They would be, but I don't want him to go like 100% in the first chorus and then like have nowhere but down to go in the second chorus. So I want him to like ad-lib a little less in the first chorus and ad-lib a little more in the second one. But let's talk about the recording and the actual vocals for a second here. In these vocals,
Got you way wasting time. No, you way wasting time. Yeah.
so here's what you have on your vocal chain. You have obviously some EQ. You have some compression. You have quite a bit of compression, actually. This has not been recorded in a dry room, so I can kind of hear the room creeping through. So you might consider cleaning that up with a program if you have access to a plugin like Soothe or something like that. I don't know if it's Soothe or if it's another one, actually. Someone hit me up in the chat. The other thing that I hear is that there's chorus on it. A lot of chorus, and that there's some play with reverb and stuff like that. I agree with Couch Tracks playing with the delay too at the end of phrases that are empty. That will help fill in space. As a matter of fact, that's a better idea for the first chorus than ad-libs. And the second chorus, you have both delay and ad-libs, and you could fuck with them each. But an important thing here, you're gonna have to double your main vocal line, and on the double that you put on as the lead, as the main track and not the supporting track, because you're going to have your main track here recorded, and then you're going to have a double that's in the back of it that's like kind of supporting role. That's the one you want chorus on. The lead track, you don't want chorus on your lead vocals. That's for sure. We don't want that. So you're going to need to double your lead falsetto vocal line, record another time, and then one of those two, take the chorus off and make it super front and super juicy. And then you're going to have to add an octave on it, a low octave. You're going to have to record a low octave for this vocal. Why do I say that? Watch this. I'm I'm gonna try to remember, like, to do it with your lyrics, but like I can't guarantee you amazing results. But backing octave, here it is. 1 2 1 2, yeah, yeah. All right, here we go.
VDV got it.
Girl, you wasting time, but I told ya. Switch it like controller. Fix me, I'm solo, yeah. Girl, you wasting time. Girl, you out your mind. I'm just tryna find. That you ain't wasting time, no, you ain't wasting time, yeah.
So that's why. That's why, because we want that. We want that. We want that beefiness. We want the double for sure. That's like a necessity, but we're going to want that beefiness for sure. Making thick and beefy like I like my women. Agreed. Totally caps, lol. All my girlfriends have always been like 110 pounds. Disagreed. Yeah, that sounds nice. That's what you want, man. You want some more meat. Either way. Hey, more to play with. Agreed again. We're back on the same page. Exactly what I feel. So, yeah, that's really what we want. That's really what we want. Like, we just want that vocal to be beefy. So you're going to do that for the first chorus. You're going to do that for the second chorus. Okay. And then for the second chorus, and also after having added delays and stuff in those dead spaces and some light ad-libbing in the first chorus, in the second chorus,
Wasting time, yeah.
all space that we could be filling right now.
Yeah. Girl, you wasting time. Girl, you
You have a little bit, but it's kind of subtle and it's kind of too little too late kind of thing. You know what I mean? So we're going to need a little bit more and a little bit more forward stuff. Maybe also doing fucking with the octave on the actual ad-libs as well, so you give them more beef in addition to the main vocals. But we'll watch with that, because you might actually end up stepping on your main vocals, which is the opposite of what we want. So just we need those to stand out a little bit more in terms of personality. We need this to be the personality of your track, basically. And if it's not, I'm going to be sad. No. But I think that's pretty much all I have to say about yours. Your mixing obviously needs a little bit of work because it is a little bit flat throughout. And I can't really say much about that because your track is pre-made, so we can't really fix that. You fuck with it a little bit with the vocals, and it might give a little bit of a nicer shape, but you're going to want to be careful when creating a shape because sometimes it's going to be too loud or not loud enough, and it's just going to be this constant fight that you're going to be having with your vocals. So, like, unfortunately, for the track that you have, it's just going to be like a flat track. But you could give your vocals a little more juice and hold back on the volume a little bit, but you're going to have to like compress it and you're going to have to do some clipping and shit. Couch tracks. Are you pushing your vocals into a clipper? There you go. Like, it's not a bad idea, but you have to dose it carefully. Because if you go overboard with it, then it kind of just ruins the feel of your track. Especially for your track where it's more subtle and subdued. It's more like chill. You don't want too much clipping. But you want some so that your vocals feel like forward. Would the limiting trick you say work for a track like this? Yes, but maybe not as much. I use a good one knob one and usually give it 15-20%. Is your one knob clipper free by any chance, Couch Tracks? Because if it is, I'm gonna download the shit out of that. I'm gonna get it. There's more under the hood than one knob. Of course. That's excellent. And yes, it is. I can send it to you. I want it. So either here, not in this chat. Let's keep it on Discord, I think. Do me a favor. Throw it into the general foolishness or whatever the fuck I called it. What did I call it? Tomfoolery. Or music. I don't care. Oh, fine. Demo Beat says send the link here if you can, please. Fine. Send it wherever you'd like, is what I'll say. wherever you'd like, because Demo Beats seems to not care. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, I think that will conclude our analysis of Lit Tissues track. Thank you, Lit Tissues, for allowing us to listen to the track, allowing us to speak on it and give our feedback. Hopefully being receptive to that feedback would be nice. Thank you for trusting us with your track. As always, we are going to move on down this line, ladies and folks. Let's just keep it moving because we got a couple of people waiting. And also, I'm going to do a little here with Demo Beats. I'm just going to allow you into the server now. There we go. Well, thank you for your feedback, bro. I appreciate it a lot. I'm definitely going to go away and try implement all those tips in my track. It helps a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to help you. It's a lot of fun, man. I like listening to music like that, so all our pleasure. Speaking of couch tracks and your plugin, Demo Beats with the clap. Thank you very much for the applause for Lit Tissues. Also a funny name. Google Drive. Oh, there's that clipper. Oh. Thank you. If this is porn, I'm just going to mute my Mac audio, actually. It's just... I never take the chance. How else was I supposed to send it? I don't know. I actually don't know the plugin, so I have no idea. Multi-clip 1. Multi-clip 1. That sounds good, man. ADG. What is an ADG file exactly? Oh, the clipper is an Ableton device. Oh, well, shit. I'm using Logic. But thank you either way. I have it in my history, so I'm going to look it up, and I'm going to see if I could pull it up. Somehow adapt it to Logic somehow. I don't know how it's going to work, but the clipper is an Ableton device. Drop it in your user area. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Sorry, my dude. Sorry for wasting the time, but at least for those who are using Ableton and who could benefit from that, I love me a simple plugin. So. Folks, drink some fucking water. All right, Couch Tracks, let's get your actual track. Meanwhile, I haven't used this view in a while. Yeah, it's only Ableton. Let's see here. Oh, we got a couple of chatters here. No problem. Yeah, it's only Ableton. This thing goes on every channel and my master. I can imagine. Clippers on masters are things I'm thinking about. DNB or Dubstep Sir? I guess DNB, because it sounds like D&D. Going to lurk for now, though, to work on the song. See you later. See ya, Lit Tissues. Jesus, I keep not seeing the little cross on the T, and it looks like Lil Tissues. Which is still a good name. DNB it is. Yeah. There you go. Although you had said that already before I had addressed it, so technically, yeah. Let's see here. Who else said stuff? Thanks for the link. What type of cymbals are those? They are Arboria cymbals. They're low noise cymbals, okay? they offer oh, I turned off my Mac audio while I was playing those drums, so you guys didn't hear the actual noise that I was making, which is unfortunate because it sounded cool. But they are Arboria cymbals, and they are low noise, and they basically allow me to play drums in my apartment. That combined with the mesh heads that we got there, it's a setup that I have worked on for many hours to get right, and now. Now it must sound better, even though the audio and video are extremely delayed. Unfortunate. But yes, it sounds nice. It sounds nice. I've sampled the crashes. So I have mics going underneath my crashes that are actually triggering MIDI samples to play. Every time that I hit my crash, it hits a digital crash instead. But I have them blended in so that it sort of sounds authentic. And my hi-hat and my ride cymbals are the actual sounds under the bell of the cymbals themselves. What's up, Mike? It's K27 back. Lil Korgs, what's going on, Lil Korgs? Appreciate you stopping on by. Used to play when I was 10. Miss it so much, dude. Yeah, you gotta get back into that shit, man. It's so much fun to play drums. So much fun. I get that a lot. DW, haha. Don't worry. Sorry. Don't worry. I don't like saying those acronyms out loud. What's the command to queue up, Lil Korgs? It is Command Q. Command join. That's the one. Command Q is to see the queue. Command join is to join. What's the command? We could hear him. Yeah, but then you could hear him better, most likely. Yeah, what's up with that? Your internet running slow? No. I'm using an 11-year-old, rather now, a 12-year-old computer to run Logic, Firefox, OBS, plus I've got 2 separate audio interfaces running into it. My webcam, which is probably because it's buffering, actually, now that I think about it. Actually, let me go and see this here. Let me see the drum webcam. Is it buffering? It's not buffering. Oh, Lord. Okay, so in that case, my computer is just lagging. I'm using 41... I am hovering at 40% CPU. That's not good. So that's why, guys, I want to upgrade this as soon as possible, because as soon as I go to this view, my computer sort of stabilizes a little bit. And it's like sort of able to function, which is cool because I spend the majority of the time here on this view. But unfortunately, my Mac Mini, my 2012 Mac Mini, is just not cutting it. And I'm looking for maybe something that's going to like sustain me another 12, 13 years. But for now, dude, it's like, it's struggling. Because I also have a Canon camera, like an actual DSLR camera as my main camera. The webcam actually used to be what my drum cam is now. That's the webcam I used to use for these things. But this one looks just so much nicer. It just looks so much better. And I have to use it, you know? It's so much nicer. All right, folks, we have fucked around for long enough. Let us get to business here. We got Couch Tracks and the song How I Get Down, which is drum and bass. Couch Tracks, question though, you ain't a subscriber, is you? No, you is not. So we're going to listen to 2 minutes of this. 2 minutes of this track, and then we're going to give our feedback on it. So let us go, ladies and gentlemen, together we shall listen to Couch Tracks' How I Get Down. And yeah, those new M3 Macs are looking nice. They're looking super nice. But I think M2 Pro is going to be the way I'm headed in that Mac Mini. Or Mac Studio. We'll see. Either way, let's listen to your track now.
get down. That's just how I get down. That's just how I get down. Now that I'm back. Now that I'm back. That's just how I get down.
That's just how I get down.
Bad guy, bad guy. Now that I'm back. Now that I'm back.
Now that I'm back.
Now that I'm back. Now
Wow. Yeah, that was awesome, dude. Sorry, I went over. I got lost in it a little bit at the end there. That was cool. That got cool. This is awesome. So, got a couple of comments here. My first one, and I think I'll say it's a general comment for this song, but also not really. It's more of a specific comment for the drops more than anything, because let's just listen to the intro real quick. No, yeah, it's for the drops, dude. My first comment would be for the drops. So actually, let's talk about this intro real quick before we get to the drops. It sounds cool. It sounds granular. It sounds like slimy. It sounds great. It sounds great, right? We got a bunch of elements. It's very loud. Like you have a pretty loud mix going here. I'll be honest with you. It's pretty loud even.
that's just how I get down.
That's just how I get down. That's just how I get down.
That's just how I get down.
So, yeah. I guess the difference here, what I'm saying is, thank you. Loudness is, I can appreciate a loud mix. I can appreciate 1-2 demo beats, and I can appreciate the participation in the Luft Club. I get it. What I'm saying here is, I think that your intro might be a little loud for your drop, because I see there is a visual difference. Okay. But I don't actually hear it, and that's common when we are like pushing the lufs to like -5 lufs or some shit like that. It's common for us to perceive no difference. So you got to be careful because, yeah, your intro is a little loud and it's dense, right? It's super dense. And so is your build. And then when your drop actually drops, not only is there all of that working against you, but the transition between your build and your drop is actually pretty smooth. Let's listen to it. It's sort of just and then we're into something else, and we have no contrast between what we've heard before and what we need to hear now. I should high pass filter it some and drop my gain 2.5 dB for the intro. That's an excellent suggestion. That's an excellent suggestion. I think that that's already a good idea. I think you could also fuck with the elements that you have. Well, I mean, high pass filter is an easy way to fuck with the elements that you already have, but maybe the drums themselves, changing the samples might actually help you. And I know that's a pain in the ass, but actually, maybe just using those samples because they sound clean enough for the drums, you could actually just high and low pass them. So to give them a little bit less brightness in addition to high passing them to take away some of their low end energy, you get really that like pocket shaped. Also, by the way, Couch Tracks, thank you for gifting the sub. That was awesome of you. And this one I arranged a pretty quick generic, like a typical jump track. Yeah, for sure. It sounds pretty hype. It sounds pretty hype. I don't really have much to say for your drops, except this. Stereo exists. No, sorry, I'm thinking of another section altogether. The stereo image is actually filled in the core in this particular drop with that synth. I don't have a name for it, so I'm just going to call it that. The synth. And your main synth is in the center and it's contrasting itself perfectly. That's not the section that I'm talking about then. I think I'm talking about this part. So 54 seconds on. Yeah, everything's centered in that section. And on, basically. A lot of things are very dead center. I'm not a huge fan of it because we had such a weird sort of low growly texture in the left and right before. We could use this opportunity to take that woo, like the higher end of your track and spread that out a little bit, at least for the on the ones, might help a little bit. That one spread a little bit more. Little bit. Like 20% on either side. I don't really have anything else to say, I don't think. Very nice contrast here. The transition between those two sections was flawless. Here I fear we're losing energy. This is my problem with this section here. The transition's great, and then at this point we're like, okay, what? And I don't know if it's too long or not long enough. Let me hear it just in context.
That's just how I get down.
Yeah. It's long enough. It's not too long. It's long enough. It's fine. I was getting a little bit uncomfortable at the end, but that's fine. That's fine. My intro should be as quiet as my break is. Getting there. Arriving there. Not necessarily as quiet, but getting there, I think. It's a great spot. I think it's a great spot to switch off to a different track while DJing. Well, that's it. You're allowing, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like you're allowing for a lot of things to happen. You're allowing for either someone to transition away from your track, or you're allowing for someone to like really get like comfortable again and sort of to get settled down a little bit before that voice. I think it's fine. It builds up. Yeah, I honestly think it'll work. I think it'll work. think that's all my comments. Cool. I hope, please don't take this the wrong way. I mean this in the best of ways. It sounds very garage bandy, that synth in particular. Take what you will from that. I hope you don't take the wrong thing from it. It's not a bad thing inherently. It does fit somewhat with the aesthetic that you've created before it. But considering the way that synth is playing with the phaser and stuff like that, the one with the phaser specifically. That bass and phaser synth, I'm sure that those are at least 2 layers, if not more. Those together, the way that they're interacting, I know that it has to move. I know that your track, the shape of that sound has to move. I'm not a fan of the way that the phaser makes it move. I would choose a different kind of motion. Whether it be, I don't want to say flanger, but it might be flanger. It just might shape the track more better. Maybe a ring modulator would be better than a phaser. Maybe even a tremolo that is oscillating at different frequencies, or a vibrato that is oscillating at different frequencies as well. Could very well, maybe both together, a vibrato and a tremolo, could very well help as well. That is what Inspector Beck has just said. But I think that that's pretty much the only other gripe that I had with this track. Other than that, it's sounding clean as fuck, dude. I'm really liking the textures and the sounds that you've come up with here. So it's a good track. I think you could definitely refine it a little bit more, but not much more. So that's a good thing. Either way, Couch Tracks, I think some overdrive could sound very cool as well. I agree with you on that. I don't want you to just overdo it with the overdrive. It would be an added layer, if anything, but I still think that there should be some motion in that section. But considering it was made yesterday, dude, you know how to get your ideas out on tape, as it were, and you transmit a very good message here with this shit. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. So thank you, as always, Couch Tracks, for letting us listen to that track. Thank you for gifting a little sub. You've made someone in the community very happy. If you want your entire month of songs worth of 3-minute analysis, you can sub yourself. It's funny because I had said the exact same thing earlier on today. But thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the track, allowing us to comment on it, and provide feedback. Hopefully this track will evolve into something nice. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Couch Tracks with the tracks. It's enough tracks. Thanks everyone. Tips hat. Tips the hat. And then say, I don't mind subbing, but I wish it wasn't a reoccurring payment. Yeah, I get that. That actually fucks with me too, where like I'm trying to support someone for a month and like give them the love. But unfortunately, I think the only thing that you can do at that point is like sub and then immediately go and unsubscribe right after. I'm terrible about those payments too, dude. I fucking forget them. And then even my girlfriend mentioned it recently. She's like, oh, you really don't keep track of that shit, eh? And I'm like, well, I do. Then I forget. And that's what happens. So yeah, I'm pretty bad with that as well. Don't, no problems there, my dog. Big same. Well, Inspector Beck, we're going to big same with your music for a little bit. All right, we got the track. We got the track. Inspector Beck. Inspector Beck. Just Inspector. Here. Just drop in the Beck. Just like name change. Let's go. Still a work in progress. Got the concept for drop 2 today, but it's only like 4 bars in. Figured I'd take a break and get some new ears. Yes, sir. Let's listen to it. The track, well, the work in progress by Inspecta. He or she, they like to call Bad. Let's get in it. I wanted more. Inspecta, you've done a great job with this, man. I don't know that I'll have any relevant commentary on the arrangement or on the on anything that is like potentially making this track more interesting, because like this shit took me somewhere. I do have a little comment with regards to the intro. Felt like it didn't develop fast enough, but I forgot about that real quick when the song dropped, so I'm not sure anymore. I'm gonna have to listen back to that part. But god damn, yeah, the chat is the chord. It has reached an accord that this shit is fucking creative, wild, brat-like track, got attitude. It certainly does. Sounds crazy, really crazy. People have spoken. Yeah. I think you certainly... Here's an idea for your intro, Inspecta. You have this synth that comes in here on your second drop. We should throw something that resembles that in the intro. Something like that. But it's got to come in like halfway through, because you got to leave time for it to build. You know what I mean? Because you're hinting towards it, and then you put it on later, and it's like, oh shit, that thing I heard in that intro! And it's even better because it's loud and juicy and rich and tasty. So yeah, like this. So this is one thing that I do want to say. I'm glad you agree, because I think that that's a great idea. Clip it for later. Clip it if you want. You know, like, yeah, I love me some clips. So there's these little these little like passes, these little synths that come in every now and then that I find are just too loud. Now, I know that they're supposed to be bratty. I know they're supposed to be like out there and sort of like, I do what I will, fuck, whatever, I do what I want, you know? But I think it's just a little too loud. This one right here. That side to side synth. The sound is awesome, but it's just a little too loud comparatively. So I just a couple dB down. Just make it sit well in the mix. It won't be a challenge. Like those things again, tiny bit loud, just tiny bit. See, there it sounds good at that level. It actually makes sense to me because everything in the middle is super loud and super juicy, and it's like snapping my attention to the center, so then it just takes it away temporarily, and there it's fine. But earlier, I don't know, it's just a little imbalanced. That weirdness there, that low volume one actually. Maybe your high, maybe your side chain not allowing that note to come back fast enough kind of makes it weird. It's kind of like a dry, like a not a dry, but like a false return kind of thing, where it's like it should be like louder. Maybe just fuck with the side chain on that particular thing. Y'all have good mixes though. I'm jealous. Man, it's all practice. You just got to keep practicing until it works for you. Yeah, also, I gotta say the hi-hats are pretty loud in this section. Like, I don't mind them being stunning every now and then, but like, they're shining. That high-end shit always gets me. There you go. There's another example of it. Whoa. Sorry, I've skipped a part. Again, everything's getting loud. Yeah, I don't know really have much else to say about this part, I think. Be careful with that too, because that part is extremely loud. That particular glitchy pre-drop, it sounds so cool, but be careful because we've actually seen this a couple of times here today, guys, and I want everyone to take note because this seems to be an issue, like not just in this session in particular, but it just seems to be this thing where like the chorus or your drop or your hook or whatever it may be has to kind of be just a tiny bit louder than whatever's going on before it. Otherwise, the impact doesn't quite happen. And we've seen this a couple of times in these tracks throughout today, actually, like 3 or 4 times now. And it's something that is important to... You have to set yourself up for success. And sometimes that means fighting the instinct to go all in right away. Very easy to fix, but very important to fix. I think that's it, dude. Let's just rejoice in this part for a moment together. I want more. Want more. You're gonna have a great track here, dude. You're gonna have a great track. You're gonna have a track that is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be like fulfilling. It's gonna be satisfying, but at the same time is gonna be leaving us wanting to listen to more of it and listen to it more. So that's pretty good. And here's another bonus here, Inspector Beck. Your two drops. Your two drops are different from one another. Different enough that if a self-respecting DJ plays both, they can get away with that for this kind of song because it's so interesting in and of itself, the first one and the second one. And I think that you're putting odds on your side for more success in recognition of your track for both the first and the second drop. And yeah, of course, there's going to be people that are going to drop only your first drop or only your second drop. But when you make good drops that are different one from the other, anybody who loves your track and who spins it is going to be tempted, at least tempted to play the whole goddamn track. And that ensures more success for our track, just percentage-wise. So, good job on that. Good job on the track in general here, Inspecta, because it's like sounding tight. It's sounding great, actually. So I'm happy that we got to listen to it online. So thanks for allowing us to do that. Thank you for letting us provide some feedback for you. Hopefully these ideas will provide a little more context and a little more push forward in the next version. Thank you for trusting us with your track in general. We are going to be moving it on forward, but thank you very much. That means a ton. Feel like I'm finally figuring out how to actually songwrite. Yeah, dude, that shit is tough. But when you do it well, it comes out very nice. So I'm looking forward to hearing the next bit of songwriting. I was making random beat boop music for years. Bro, join the, like, oh man. Cannot explain the sympathy I feel for that. Thank you so much. And yeah, I can't make repetitive shit, so try to challenge myself to progress it as much as I can while staying cohesive. That is a hell of a challenge. Your life is made harder with that, guaranteed. But it's just putting the odds on your side for success. Just that's the way it works. You give the best feedback for real. Thank you, Inspecta Beck, for your lovely comments and your music. Oh no, you got an ad. Oh no, and that was like a minute ago, which means the ad's over now. Well, shit. Either way. Well, shit. Inspecta Beck, is your name a play on Inspecta Deck? That's a good question, Noisemaker. Devil Beats, this was done on Christmas, but definitely not a Christmas vibe. It's over, and yes, it is. Aw, dude. Demo, do you have something that's not YouTube? That's what's happening with my computer. Do you have SoundCloud? Actually, specifically SoundCloud? Because the thing with YouTube is that if I play anything from YouTube and then I post my post the VOD to YouTube later, YouTube detects that it's a YouTube sample, and then it blocks my audio. And then your music is not audible. And I'm giving advice on how to make beats better on a beat that no one fucking hears. That sucks. Yes, I'll put you next, Nimble Beats. There's no problem with that. Next, in that case, yeah, you are going to next. You're going to go next, Demo. So next in that case is not Demo Beats, but Central One, I believe. Yep. Thank you for your understanding, Demo Beats. I appreciate that very much. Because, yeah, it sucks to not be able to have your track heard. That sucks, you know? Central One, are you still with us? In the chat, he is there. Yo, I'm exporting. Good. Good, Krayos. Hey, there he is. Sorry, in a league game. But I have it on other monitor. That's funny, man. That's funny that there's people playing League right now and just watching me give music advice. That's fucking crazy to me, man. What a world we live in. If I tried to play League on this computer, it would spontaneously combust on camera. especially if I was on Twitch at the same time. What's good, Snow Yan? Welcome back, my dude. Thanks for stopping on by. We're doing our thing, man. We're listening to people's music and telling them what we think about it and trying to make it better. That's what we do. That's what we do. Here we go, folks. We got Central and the track Fishin' with Ross XO. So let us listen to it. Ooh, this wave looks diversified, like a good financial portfolio. This wave looks very contrasty. Let us listen to it together, folks. With no further ado, here we go.
I had to see that. I had to see that boy through the vision. I had to put my chest out smoking on me. I had to put you in 4K, had to extend the clip. Fuck it, that shorty, I'm flawless, how to extend these bitches. I got on for these hoes, they spend too much time on shit. Get me stuck, you know I'm more. We got too much time to lose. We got tough, get them all, hit them all. Step out, game out, twist. We get black, take another. Can't forget the mission. Can't forget when all 6 senses. Figure out what's missing. Cause I'm blind to the songs that open my eyes, so I could better listen. They don't wanna hear, try to make it clear I don't have what you're wishing for. Try to put it out my head, but I'm ignored. These words have a tendency to do that. Tryna mix it up, tryna pay for dumb, dropping checks for fun. I'm no bands, no more solo bands than I want, but Benny on a ride and run away. I've been seeing blood, cause I'm sitting right. Fucking minutes runs, this is my life, you need no plug. This is mess, we got a space right for that butt. Get a match, too strong, can barely smoking out so much. I see that butt through the fiction. I had to put my chest out smoking on me. I had to put you in 4K, had to extend the clip. Fuck it, that shorty, I'm flawless, how to extend these bitches. I got on for these hoes, they spend too much time on switch. Get me stuck, you know I'm more. We got too much time to lose. We got tough, get more, hit them all. Hip out game, I'll twist. We get black, taking another road. I could blow my stacks up like they blowing fishin'.
All right, so I can imagine that the rest is more of that and then a nice little outro. Sounds good, man. Sounds really nice. Honestly, I think it's juicy. I got problems with the vocals being inaudible in a way, but it's mumble rap. It's the nature of mumble rap to be less than comprehensible. That is not my favorite thing. But here we go. Let's listen to some of the things that you guys said about this track. First of all, Snow Yen saying, did some of the changes you told me and remastered the track. If you remember it, I don't remember which one, but when I hear it, I'll remember which one. So join the queue, command join, YK Snow Yen, to get in the queue. Same thing for Wristed Destroyer. Get in the queue by pressing command join, and do me a favor and hold your link. Thank you for joining, appreciate that. But that's no problem. It's all good. You didn't know. So, now that you know, that's how we work. The distorted bass sounds delicious. Yes, it does. It sounds juicy. It was one of my comments I was going to say. Faceplant. Nah, literally just Serum Sine Wave with a ton of processing and... Oh, well, shit. That's it. This is so dope. Wristed Destroyer. Yeah, your link. Running through Rift. Nah, really simple wave manipulation. It's really well designed with some fuzz. Really well designed, man. Like good sound design. I could hear this in a movie. Fire. I see what you're talking about. That vibe is certainly accomplishable in like a visual sense. I know what you're talking about. Hard. Agreed. Snoyen. Using distortion and saturation to manipulate the wave state. Oh, that's cool too. So that's like input processing almost. Want to hook me up with the patch? I want to see what you did. Damn yeah. Track is on SoundCloud now. Studio Mike, good. Thank you very much, Demel. And then we got a couple of joins. And then we got central back here. The patch is literally 2 sine wave oscillators, one with FM pitched on 1 octave and muted. It's all done with the processing. Damn, dude. Well, good processing. Let's go back here. Yeah, I totally hear the FM. I typically get artifacts like crazy. Depends which synth I think you're using, but I think there are some, like mine are fucking glitchy as hell because they're all Logic stock FM plugins, and they're not super great. They sound okay though, but like then when you start to get into like actually fucking with it, you get artifacts like crazy. It's unfortunate, but I don't even use my FM synth anymore in Logic. Let's go back here. Again, we're creating elements of interest pretty quickly. You're having this like sort of noisy story told, and then you're getting into the ARPs. So that's really cool. A little bit goes a long way with FM's Kraos. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
I had to see that. I had to see that boy through the vision. I had to put my chest out smoking on mission. I had to put you at 4K, had to extend the clip.
Okay, yeah, so I really love the sound and the textures you have going on here. I think your vocals, another problem with them is that they sound a little brittle, actually. So I think that's my gripe with them. Not only are they like sort of inaudible in a pronunciation sense, but I think you might have some high mids that are a little more emphasized than the low mids, and I think I need those to balance out a little bit. So a little less high mid, a little more low mid. That's the thing. So yeah.
Fuck that shorty, I'm flawed, hot extending bitch. I got for these hoes. They spend too much time on streets. Get me stuck, you know I'm up. We got too much time to lose. We got tough, get them all, hit them up. Step out game, out twist. We get black, taking it out. Can't forget the mission. Can't forget when all 6 senses.
Here it's not as bad. I don't mind it being so brittle because specifically there's nothing else going on in the mix. But yeah, let's keep it moving here.
Figure out what's missing. Cause I'm blind to the songs that open my eyes. So I could better listen. They don't wanna hear. Try to make it clear. I don't have what you're wishing for. Try to put it on my.
It's just weird. There is actually some like, it's almost, I want to say, a bit loss of bits, like a bit crushing effect on the vocal. And it sounds like it's kind of making the vocals sound just lower quality than they are. It's not necessarily artifacts only, it's just the texture overall of it. It sounds like it's been crushed down to like 14 or 12 bits, something subtle. You know what I mean? Something that you wouldn't necessarily notice unless it's soloed out. So it's not my favorite sound, but I get why you would do it. So yeah. I think it may be his recording setup. Maybe. I don't know. It might be. It might be depending on the mic, for sure. There are some mics that just sound like, you know what this sounds like, dude? You know what this sounds like? This sounds like he recorded on one of those fucking Apple headsets. It sounds like that. It's shit. Fuck. That's exactly what it is. It's like, unfortunately, it's just can't do much with that. That's the way it's gonna sound. So good job considering. Good job considering. You know what you could do? Just because I don't necessarily want there to be no high mids in this track, but you could very well dynamic EQ this track a little bit. So you could soften up the high mids a little bit without necessarily losing them. They just like sort of attack a little bit fast, and then they release to your desired taste. And then what you could do is you could do the invert, where you could almost like expand the low mids. TDR Nova is a really good free dynamic EQ that I use all the fucking time. Multiband compression is your answer here. Well, yeah, but multi-band or dynamic EQ, I think that dynamic EQ is more versatile in that you can actually control the shape of the thing you're affecting. And in this particular case, multi-band might not just be the answer. It's an idea, but I think that you're going to want to be a little more subtle about it. I think that's more the answer, if anything, because you're not wanting to take too much away. Otherwise, this will heavily affect the vocals that sound already heavily affected through the recording of it. That's heavy. That's not great. Yeah, there's some dynamic EQs on there. I should make it even stronger. Kratos, if I use multi-band compression on vocals, I would get slaughtered in the studio. Yeah, there's that too. Pro MB is so good for vocals. Sure, but like at that point, Pro Q, you know, it's ça revient au même. It comes to the same thing in French. Yeah, like either way, what I'm talking about is essentially having your low end, your low mid of your vocals expand on impact, on dynamics, and having the opposite happen, compress the high mids, so that it'll regulate a little bit of those like artifacty high mids. But that's all I'm saying, basically. Wait, that would sound so good. Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I'm saying it. You know? Because it's like, it'll allow you to, this is why TDR Nova came to mind, is because I know that there's specifically, you can like use it as an expander on certain frequencies and as a compressor on another. Whoo, that shit sounds great. That shit sounds fantastic. But that's pretty much my only gripe here, dude. The rest of your textures are great. Like, they all sound very well mixed. It's loud enough. Let's listen to just this part here.
I've been seeing blood, cause I'm sitting right. Fucking me, this runs. This is my life, you need no plug. This is mess, we got a space right for that butt. Get a match, too strong and barely smoking out some mud. I see that butt through the fish. I had to put my cheese out smoking on me. I had to put you in 4K, had to extend the clip. Fuck that shorty, I'm flawless, how to extend these bitch.
Great shit, great shit. Honestly, that's my only comment, I think. Vocals. They need work. But, like, join the club with every track that exists ever. Fucking vocalists. Fucking vocalists. Making our lives difficult one day at a time and making us compensate for their lack of projection, lack of pronunciation, shitty recording techniques. I'm a singer, so I know it. So, yeah. Either way, thank you, Central. Thank you very much for submitting this track, for allowing us to listen to it online, for giving us the time of day with regards to our feedback. Kraos is fascinated with your synth design, so consider that a big compliment, because Kraos in his synth design is a motherfucking beast as well, so you should be flattered, I'll tell you that. But well done on the sound design in general. He finally got a Shure SMB, so the next song we work on, we chillin'. Okay, make sure he has a cloud lifter. Make sure he has a cloud lifter as well. And cloud lifters take phantom power. They need phantom power to work. So just a couple of notes of things. just tell him these things, please, on behalf of so many engineers that receive tracks recorded by singers who don't know how to use their shit. Ah! That's sorry. That was a lot of built-up frustration over the years. But it all came out. And I feel better. So, in conclusion, Central, thank you for trusting us with your track. It was a wonderful track. Needs some work on the vocals, but after that, I think we're getting very close to being done. Okay, I will. Haha, thank you for the help. Thank you for participating. Demo Beats, quick draw on the draw with the SoundCloud link. Thanks again, man. I'm appreciative of your willingness to play ball here. It's not unnoticed. We're just waiting for this track to pull up. Should have waiting music, shouldn't we? Yeah. Speaking of waiting music, I've decided I play in the intro and the outro of this stream. I play my music. I play music that I record or I write or I cover, whatever. But I've decided that henceforth, I will, for subscribers, allow their music, one track of their choice, to appear in the intro music. And hopefully one day we'll have nothing but your music, because that's the whole fucking idea of this entire fucking thing. So yes, I've decided that subscribers will be rewarded with a song and an intro. So if you see here and you like that, want your track on the stream's intro and outro, subscribe! All right, here we go. Folks, we got Demo Beats with the Santa Claus track. All right, what do we got here? Central one, give it a shot. Some multi-band compression to stack your layers. It works great. I'm sure you can make it work. I'm sure it works really, really well. I'll give it a shot, but if I lose my job, it's your fault. I'm joking, but... Yo, General Tips, what's going on? Welcome back, my dude. Engineers really hate multi-band compressions on real recordings. I get it, because you can't shape the curves. You have to make hard decisions, and crossovers are not always ideal. So I get that. That's why dynamic EQs are just better for vocals and guitars, because you can really shape that properly. You are like musical Jesus, and we are disciples. Casson, Thomas Casson, ladies and gentlemen, Casson's Corner, fellow streamer, welcome back. Thank you for dropping by. It's always a pleasure to see you and your name pop up. Lovely. How is life in Wales? Because this motherfucker lives in a blue whale. Okay, I'll stop. But yes, my Welsh friend, welcome back. We are going to now listen to Demo Beats' track Santa Claus. It's snowing. Is it still snowing? Yep, still snowing here too. We got the worst blizzard over the last week. We must have accumulated at least like 4 feet of snow over the past week. It's crazy. It's nuts. That's 100, about a meter of snow. About a meter of snow. Either way, let's listen to some music, guys, shall we? Demo Beats and the track Santa Claus. Speaking of snow, let's listen together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give 2 minutes of this our time and our love. That's 2 minutes, but because Demo Beats was kind enough to submit a SoundCloud, we're going to just skip. Damn it, missed. To the end here. Okay, just to know where it's going, we're gonna make sure here. General tips: I fishtailed so bad this morning, was lucky to recover it. Damn, that's fucking scary. Every time I used to fishtail when I was driving, I'd be like, okay, panic, but also drive properly now. And like, this is like leaning into the curve and speeding up is traumatic to do when you're already fucking sliding. It's crazy. Thanks for joining the queue. Also, Evil Nuts. What's up, Tevin? What's going on, man? Welcome back, and thank you for stopping by, listening to some music. Right now, we're listening to Demo Beats' production here. I'm assuming Demo Beats, by the way, you're gonna have vocals. I'm assuming, like, whoops. Drop my pin. My pin is on the ground. I got a song I wrote. I got to show you in real life. Show me on the stream, bro. Join the queue, get in line, and we listen to your music right when we got time. We promise we'll get to it, but I'm actually going to close the queue soon. So anybody who's in here, in right now hesitating to submit a beat, you have about 4 minutes until I close this queue, and there will be no more submissions for the day. We're going to just finish off with the rest. So yeah, join if you need to. I can't sing, Demo. You don't have to. You just make sure you get a rapper on this, because there's no lead element in your track. You get a rapper, or you get a singer, or something. You know, you got to figure it out. Because this is an empty track right now. This is a backing track right now. So I think you should get someone to do that. I can't. I'm scared someone will steal my song if I do it on the webs. It's that fire. Okay. I'm actually more intrigued, and you're making me want you to submit more. You're making me want to hear your track on stream on even more now. Like, I actually want to hear it more. And by the way, we're a community here. We're a whole little mini kingdom here, Tevin. So like, don't worry about the track, and like, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But like, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. Like, we're community friendly, and like, we're giving each other advice and supporting each other. Inspiration is one thing, but stealing is not something we encourage or allow here, actually. Because if I hear someone's beat that's like, I heard this beat before, I will be the first to say it. Anyone stealing whole songs are not real producers anyways. That's correct. That's correct. Tevin, or Evil Nuts, drop these fucking beats, but like, join the queue to do so, please, by all means. So Demo Beats, you got a friend. I'd be stealing songs. Catch me if you can, sucker. Sure you are. Krayos, the originalist techno producer right now. I believe you and I trust you, but this is like class 5 security on this song. Like, okay. I don't have it recorded. That's how hot it is. Oh, okay. Well. Okay. Get it recorded and come on the stream. I do this every week, man. Come on. Let's go. I'm not going to do something unless you're hiring me to make your shit and like produce your song. I'm not going to spend time that I can on the stream not doing something off stream. You know what I mean? All right. We're going to get back to this track here. Class 5 security is only for my waifu. It's funny, man. All right. Let's get back to this here. I have a comment about the bass line. I found that the bass line in this track, it was lacking. It was lacking in two ways. First of all, in melody, I think you could do a little bit better than just like the 2 notes or 3 notes that you're playing. Sorry, 4 notes that you're playing. I think you could do something a little bit more complex, even with those 4 notes. Maybe dun 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 bum 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 bum, something like that. That allows for a descent feel or something like that. Doesn't matter. it could be anything, but there should be a little bit more creativity with the bass lines, I think, because everything else is kind of just repeating elements that just come back over and over. And I don't have a problem with that in and of itself, but the bass line should be pretty sick. The other problem I have with the bass line, it's a piano. We need sub. We're missing sub. I'm going to go to the back of my room and I'm going to listen to it again, and I'm going to probably tell you the same thing. Yep. We need more bass. We need more actual sub frequencies. We need more actual sub frequencies. What we have here is like the low mids, pretty well covered. They could even use a little bit more energy. Plus the subs, they need to be fixed a little bit. I think that's pretty much my only issue with that, other than obviously get a rapper to do some shit on this, because like, yeah, it needs a lead element for sure. I struggle with bass so much, dude. Me too, for a long time actually, and I didn't really fuck with it that much until I realized that like you need a lot. You need a lot of bass. Your bass should, I forget, there's a measure somewhere, there's like a recommended measure of how many dB. I believe if your kick is like, let's say, the loudest instrument, the most dynamic, the most punchy, the thing that's coming up to 0 dB, I believe your bass has to be sitting 2 to 3 dB underneath that, but be hovering underneath that, meaning like it's constantly around between -3 and 5 dB, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong on those numbers. I struggle with bass so much. +4 LUFS. +4 LUFS. Really? +4 LUFS. We are just going to be like blasting audiences with fucking LUFS. Like the eardrums are going to be shattering. That's how much bass you should have in your track. Jesus Christ. That would be something. That would be a hell of a concert, I'll tell you that. I do be blasting. That's how I love my bass. I love my bass like I love my women. Blasting. Wait, what? That was my chat. If I was in the chat, that's what I would have typed, by the way. That was me reading my own chat out to the world. Just saying. So let's, I think that's it, man. I think that's all I got to say about your track here, Demel. Honestly, it wasn't, like, I don't think it's far from complete. Just like, yeah, get some lead elements, get some bass line to be more creative and a little bit more subby. So you're going to probably need to add a layer onto the bass that you already have. Let's not lie here. It's probably what's needed. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about it, man. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track on the stream. Thank you for letting us give some feedback and for being receptive to that feedback, hopefully. Being receptive to that feedback is what I wanted to say with my enunciation that is so flawless. Thank you for trusting us with your track, Demel Beats. I appreciate that very much. I lack so much. Thank you so much. I do need to add more bass. I lack so much usually, but my speakers aren't the best. That's something you gotta have to learn. That's not a problem. You just have to know how much bass is enough for your speakers. So that's an important thing. Learn your equipment so you don't get restricted by it, but it actually becomes a valuable tool to your musical creation. It's like lean into what you have by working with it, because we're not always going to be able to buy the best focal speakers or the best fucking what are those Dynaudios, those fucking beauties. Sometimes we're going to be able to get ourselves a $250 pair of speakers, and that's what we can afford. That's cool if you learn how to use it. Reality. We're moving on down the line, folks, and I'm going to be closing this queue way after I said that I would be. But nonetheless, closed as of now. All right, Krayos is up next indeed. Limitation breeds creativity. Fuck yeah, dude. Limitation creates. You could just stop there. Full stop. Limitation creates. Like, it means the same thing as what you said, honestly. It's the same fucking thing. Mike, can I re-export real quick? Can you go one ahead of me? I fucked up. Yeah, sure. I'll skip to the next one. Which will be Noisemaker, actually. Noisemaker, hit me up, bro. I'll just type your name in the chat in case you're no audio. Oh, nope, you saw it. Yo, too quick. Yo, too quick for me. Can you give me feedback for my song I wrote you on Discord? Well, we can talk about it off the stream if you wish. Versaki, which is a funny name. We could talk about it, but unfortunately the queue has just been closed for today, and I'll be back on the stream next week giving more feedback. That will be the next time I'll be available to give feedback on music. I'm a rapper from Germany. In that case, my friend, Guten Haven. It's very late over there. But for today, we're all done taking submissions. We have a whole line of people still going ahead of us here. So yeah. Yateski, thank you very much for... Oh, you joined too. Very nice, Yateski. I appreciate the join. Let's go back to the reviewing of music, ladies and gentlemen. We got this track by Noisemaker called Beach House, and we will listen to it now. And let's do it. Let's listen to it together. All right, that is 2 minutes, folks. So we're going to go back a little bit here. I don't have many notes, which is a good thing, I guess. I think it's a great vibe. I think it sounds great. I think the textures are nice. Obviously, you have producer tags on this, and you're like intending to use this as kind of like a sold beat, which intends to have a lead element on top of it, which is perfect because I find that the elements that are there, it is a chill vibe already, but they are taking some forward stances, like the pianos and the bass. They are taking like stances here a little bit, which I like. There's a personality to the track before the vocals hit it. That's cool. Now, here's my thoughts. First of all, section here. Starting there where the hi-hats come in, the hi-hats are too loud. I don't mind them getting that loud later on when there's like only, like at this part specifically here. It would make sense that the hi-hats come back in to fill that space a little bit, but to get there, build there, earn that volume difference. Here it's just a little bit jarring, a little too loud. I'll say the same thing about the kick and the snare. I like the sound of the snare. I like the sound of the kick, but I think there might be a little too much distortion. Let's go in and listen to it here. So the thing that's happening for me, and this is what I'm hearing, is because of the amount of distortion on it right now, it is basically getting muffled a little bit, and what some of the dynamics, this is what distortion does, is it evens out frequencies. It does not create dynamics. It creates it creates the impression of dynamics, but it actually does the opposite. For drums specifically, we have to be very, very careful with distortion because we can't remove the dynamics entirely. Otherwise, the attack gets lost, and I think that that's what's happening here. Personally, what I would do for your kick and your snare, but mostly for the kick, because the snare's tone I kind of like, but I would parallel distort the kick. I would allow for the original signal to go through, and I would mix it down in the mix a little bit. Maybe creating a bus that is parallel just for the distortion of the kick and the snare. That's what I do personally on my drums. I have this entire fucking thing, and allow for that to sort of breathe a little bit more naturally, and then you could dial in the right amount of distortion without affecting the original the original dynamics. So that would be my first suggestion for that. My only suggestion for that. Snare, I think you could stand to turn it down again with the early parts of the song, like specifically for here. I'm one to say usually bring your snare up in the mix. This is very present. And for the rest of the elements and for the voice that's going to come in there, it's going to dominate a little bit of that frequency because they are sharing, vocals and snares are in a similar frequency spectrum. So you're going to maybe just dial it down. And again, when it comes back and it's only instrumental, well, actually, I would turn it down there too. But I get it being louder. I get it feeling louder in that section. That, honestly, can be resolved also by just turning down some of the distortion on the snare as well. It'll just create the impression of less loudness. So you could very well just do it that way, is turn the distortion down on the on the kick and on the snare, and then dial them in on a parallel bus. That'll like sort of kill two birds with one stone, or as I like to say, get two birds stoned at once from Trailer Park Boys. That's my favorite way of saying that. Hi, new here, English not good. Well, welcome, Tarfs. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, my English is bad too, no worries. Krayos, this is such a dick. All right. I think the other thing with your track here, Noisemaker. Yeah, man, sorry, you got me there. Chiodo's also made a track called That as an Ode to TPB. Yeah, that's awesome. Two birds stoned at once. I speak the old tongue fluently. The old tongue of ye ancestors. The old English, per se. Yeah, there's one more thing here, Noisemaker, that I'd like to say about your track, is that the side chain is a little aggressive at certain parts, and it's kind of taking away from, again, the sort of chillness of it all. Think you could do with dialing down some of it a little bit. Tarfs, we would be able to, but we are closed. Our queue is closed actually for the day. So thank you for your consideration. Make sure to follow the channel and come back the next time we are on stream, which will be next week. So you can get the notification when we go live and you can get here early, Tarfs. But for today, no more submissions, unfortunately. So yeah, just again, Noisemaker, Sidechain. I understand the instinct to sidechain the bass because it is sort of that style, but I think I would prefer either a softer release or rather, I would prefer, not either, I would prefer a softer release but a less dramatic volume difference on your sidechain. All right? And I think that's my last note. I think you've done a great job otherwise here. Let me just hear this part here. Okay, a bit of a long fade out there, but that's okay. Yeah. Good job. I think it's a good job. I think you've created and composed something with a wonderful vibe, a lovely atmosphere, and I think you got a couple of things to fix, but I think you'd be pretty much good after that. So yeah. Noisemaker, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online. Thank you for allowing us to provide feedback on it and hopefully be open to that feedback. You appreciate the feedback, so you are. There you go. Well, thank you then for trusting us with your track. It's always nice to have some new people. Be sure, if you are not already, folks, you are all, I see you all on the list. Be sure to, once again, hit follow, and if you want, your track on the intro and open music, then subscribe, like, be cool like Krayos. You know what I mean? Krayos is cool because he's not open to the feedback, and yet he subscribes and he comes here every week. He's not open to it, though. He's not open. But he's cool because he subscribes. So, yeah, definitely that. Definitely that. Krayos is feisty today. Krayos is super feisty today with the jokes, with the haha funny ha-has. You know what I mean? This motherfucker and this motherfucker getting grandfathered in too, because he's still of the old subscription school. Krayos subscribed before the deadline when I changed the rules of the stream. So Krayos gets a heftier package for having subscribed for a few months in a row with the old rules. But we will be listening to this track by Krayos, and we will enjoy it. Yateski, thank you very much for the follow. We're trying to get to 420. Okay, so that's done. Started this yesterday late as fuck, so it's raw. Let's listen to it then. Waiting on vocals still. Well, let's take that into consideration, ladies and gentlemen. Krayos and the track. The 135 BPM F-sharp minor. I love F-sharp so much. The F-sharp minor track, Discord in Paradise. You know, it's sad that I pictured like a Discord server that was like in heaven. I gotta disconnect. All right, here we go. I don't think we need to hear the intro. This, Krayos, might be my favorite one of your style yet. This one might just be it. I've heard a lot of your music and I've started to get to know your sound a little bit and the way you bounce between synths and stuff like that. And it always has tickled me, the way you think of music and the way you make your soundscapes happen. But this one, I believe, is like, I think my favorite balance between your personality, your musical personality, and my musical like preference in this particular genre of music that is very particular to you in this sound. I really enjoy this. I really don't have much to say either. So the only thing I will say right now at first, let's actually see what you guys have said about this song. General tips, I think you win it with the comment, but I'll get to it. No, you're the first one. That kick might be Hawaiian with all that punch. That got me. If this was D&D, I would give you an inspiration point for that. This is nice. Booterbean! Booterbean! Thank you very much, Booterbean! I love saying the word Booterbean. Risk to Destroy This is nice. Evil Nuts, damn, not bad at all. This one got juice. It certainly does, Tev. Can I get this for set? Yeah, for sure, when it's done, when he's ready. Might be a weird suggestion, but try some Acid 303s with this tune. Sounds fucking sick in my head. Yeah, I was actually going to think about that, but exactly because he's leaving space for those vocals, it was something that was like, I don't know if even with vocals it'll be good, but that's the thing, is it depends on the vocals, it depends on the vocalist, it depends on a bunch of stuff. So unfortunately, yeah. We don't know if that's going to fit or not, or be too much or not. I'm super anxious to hear those vocals though, Krayos. Like seriously, get that shit done. Get that shit done. What's poppin'? Ooh, this is nice. Yes, it is. Absolutely. And Mr. Music, thank you very much for coming back. Appreciate that. Need this for a rave, hard as fuck. Killer sound, Krayos Music, general tips, agreed. Booter Bean, go and join. Unfortunately, we are closed for the day, Booter Bean, so we will not be able to accommodate any more submissions. Sorry about that. I've had to turn away a few people for now. We will be back on next week, though. We will be back next week, and we'll be allowed to, able to take more tracks. That song right there made me feel like something my nips just saying. Something in your nips. You'll like it. If it's bad, ban me. Nah, that's pretty cringe, bro. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be that person. But we're here next week, so definitely come back. Lil Shino was good. Welcome, welcome. So, first comment that I have, Krayos, for your track. Let's talk about this real quick. I think for how early it is in the track, this synth here, this sawtooth, a little bit aggressive, a little bit loud, just a little nudge down in the mix by like 3 or 4 dB. I think will do plenty. You could go farther and say like you could start modulating the left and right. Are you doing that right now though? No, you could though. If you wanted to play with this a little bit, you could like take, for instance, like a wider or something that spreads the audio left and right, and you could just fuck with it over time and then like bring it back. You know, you could fuck with that a little bit to create a little more like space filling, because your delay is already doing that kind of, but it's not super obvious, and it doesn't have to be super obvious, but it's a cool trick just to like oscillate a little bit more. Because specifically we don't want to take too much room for vocals or do anything that is like compromising those vocal lines that are definitely going to go in there. I'm assuming they're going to be in there. So yeah, that's it. I wrote something down. Well, first of all, let's go to this drop for a second. Right. So that's the same comment for me is we're not playing much with the left and right at all. I'm not saying that necessarily your synths have to be panned, but all of them dead center, except for the ARP that's just sort of hovering in the left and right, for me goes counter to the movement that you're trying to create, which is very staccato, very, very sporadic. I think that you can enhance the feel that you're getting from your track already by like throwing one synth left, one synth right, or technically for you guys, one synth left, one synth right. And like varying that a little bit, creating a little bit more space. But again, it's already very well designed musically and tension-wise, so there's not much to be done here. It's the only real feedback that I could come up with for those synths. Keeping them center kind of like maintains a bit of a constant feel, and you want to create more discomfort in your drop rather. And I think, yeah, you could very well create a little bit more. Yeah. The other comment that I have is here. That synth, exactly. Bom, bom, bom. That's playing what? The C sharp minor? It's got to be C sharp. Is it? Yep. C sharp. Don't ignore the last note. The last note was wrong. The C sharp. That was so cool. And then it kind of got... It resolved. Okay? So it actually did resolve, and I was hoping that it would resolve, right? But I think it resolved too late. I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's not that long. First drop is at C sharp, if you notice on the lead, and the stab is at F sharp. Yeah, exactly. The stab is in F sharp, exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't even think it's, because it resolves as of here. So that's wonderful. It's not long, but it definitely makes you crave it sooner than it comes back. Well, that's my point. That's my point. It's like I'm craving it to resolve, but then when it does, it's so glorious. And that's the thing, which is why I'm like, I don't know that I would change it. But if I was going to change something, it would be that it would resolve quicker. But that's my own musical personality. That's my own thoughts. And I stab is at C sharp and main lead is at F sharp. Yeah, I hear that. Absolutely. But then the chord progression changes. So yeah, you know what, Krayos? This is what I'm going to say. C sharp. F sharp. C sharp. Twice is great. Here, we should get back that one, that particular stab, or that particular stab, we should get back to F sharp, I think is what I'm trying to say here. Because I know that you did the opposite in the in the first drop, which is cool, but now refer to that. Refer to it in advance, because the next section after is a chord progression change. So we're not worried about that section anymore. So even if you bring it back to a constant, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. But I would say that here in particular, I wanted that F sharp that C sharp to resolve into an F sharp quicker. That would leave us tonally at F sharp. Well, yes, that is correct. That is what I'm saying you should do. At a part of the second drop. Yeah, well, what I'm saying, you started at a different place. You started with the C sharp, and then you come down to the F sharp, or rather come up to the F sharp, because technically your C sharp is the -4 rather than the +5. But yeah, so I'm saying that at this point here at 3:35, start back up on the F sharp, and that's it, dude. That's pretty much all I got to say. That would be my only other suggestion, because this track, I'm really enjoying it so far, dude. Like I said, I think it's my favorite one that you have shown me yet, including the ones that are already finished. But I want to hear this one finished, because it's sounding to me like it's going to be a banger. It's sounding to me like it's a goddamn banger on the way of being a goddamn banger. So I'm super curious to hear where it's headed. But as always, Krayos, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the music. Thank you for taking the feedback or not. Thank you for subscribing and being a recurring subscriber. Thank you for trusting us with your track, as you always do. I am appreciative of you and your presence here, as always, Krayos. And your music is, in my opinion, just getting better and better. Like, if this was created recently, your instincts for music, in my opinion, are getting better. We're moving on down the line. I dropped my pen again. This thing doesn't want to stay on my fucking, on my desk. Wristed Destroyer. Wrist Destroyer. Ooh, the liaison between those words. Wrist Destroyer, sexual connotations included. We got your link. See, I got your beat in my head now, Krayos. That's a sign of success right there. All right. Here we go. We have Wrist Destroyer, otherwise known as DJ S14, and the track Tranquiclis. Is it Liss or Lees? I don't know. Either way, Tranquiclis. I don't know how to say this. Tranquiklis. It sounds Greek. I just had tzatziki last night, so like I'm all about the Greek right now. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, DJ S14 and the track Tranquiklis, which is Lithuanian. Thank you for the clarification. Let's listen. Let's enjoy together 2 minutes of this track, shall we?
Miałaś mamo wyjazda Powiedzieli manieram Bez minuty skietas Aquí sacas pierna Aquí no estoy lejos Ты tu mañana кабиной Мочи я предел мой ты катиной Или не свой был потучный конечный Бег на святой обуз Сути ты чем будем дай Так гурму так катиной
And that's 2 minutes. Well, that was unexpected. Yeah, okay. It was indeed a little bit jostling. I was expecting DNV and got slapped with rave. Exactly the feeling that I had. I was like expecting some sort of breakbeat of some kind. But everything sounds pretty tight. I don't have much to say. I have one comment, which it's a question of preference, but it's also a question of like ear fatigue for a listener. I think personally, if I were to scroll through this part that we've listened to, I would find one thing that is consistent throughout and that I get no break from. Let's go. Let's see what it is. So my point here is that if I hear the same texture throughout the song, at the same octave, in the same pitch, it could be a problem of repetition here. You could have some repetitivity being created here. And I think that the thing that's happening here is that I'm getting too much of the vocals. And the vocals are always staying in the... It's always staying up in those ranges vocally. It's not spreading left and right. It's not playing with delay. It's not playing with effects. That's right, General Tips. It's not playing with that at all. And it is a little bit later, but too little, too late. We're getting too much of the vocals, the same texture as the vocals, the centered vocals that are singing the same pitch. We need contrast. We need variation. Or we need negative space. One or the other. You can take some of the vocals out to create some space, or you can create some contrast in the vocals so that it like comes and goes in a more artistic way. But other than that, I don't really have anything else to say. The problem is that it's a big deal. It's a big deal because I will get tired of the song. As a matter of fact, if I was the listener of this, I would have stopped at around... there. As soon as I've heard an entire drop where it's like already it dominates my attention. It's everything is being thrown at me, including the kitchen sink. I'm okay, you have my attention. And then when my attention grows tired of the same element, the vocals, and I hear more of that when I'm supposed to get a break from the song, literally in the break, tuning out, unfortunately. So that's why I'm like, it's an important one, although it's not much to do to the song unless you start really heavily affecting the vocals. The rest of the song, I think, is great. I think your mix is good. I think in the drop things are a little central. So you have your... Do you have the hi-hat as well? So yeah, the vocals, the hi-hat, the kick, the synth, and the bass are all in the center. So we could fuck with the left and right a little bit and create some room. And that will allow, actually, for your vocals to feel a little bit more diverse. If the song itself envelopes it differently, it'll feel a little bit different in and of itself. So consider fucking with the left and right image, the stereo image a little bit. Yep. That's it. That's it. Because the rest of your elements are actually really well designed and sound good in and of themselves. The mixing levels are right. The mastering is good. Everything else sounds okay. I just think that you need to fuck with your vocals, and I think you need to fuck with your stereo image. And then you will have something that is very flowy. Yeah. So that's it. Honestly, Risk the Destroyer, well done. Risk Destroyer, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to your track, to be providing feedback. Brief though it was, you did a great job, so there's not much more to say. Thank you very much for trusting us with your track. First time submission and a great one, man. I'm looking forward to the next one that you're coming back to submit. You will be back, correct? Correct? Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to hearing your music, man, truly. General tips, I liked it overall, good job. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Overall, great production. My laggy ass computer, and I'm just trying to stay still so you guys don't notice how much lag there is while my website is loading. I'm just here like... But then I forget that there's this shit here, which has been frozen. There it is. And it just moves. Also, I don't know if he's watching, but it's my buddy Matt's 30th birthday today. So, happy birthday, Matt. He's also a streamer. He actually streams Baldur's Gate 3. Give it up for Mims Gaming. He is actually one of the subscribers of our channel, believe it or not. But also, happy born today, dude. Yes! Love it. So yes, happy birthday, Matt. For the record, I said it. I'll wish it to you for real in person on chat later. But if you come back to hour 3, minute 25 of this stream, you'll see me say it. Happy birthday. All right. We have this track by Snoyen, the artist known as Bart. Get in the car, Barb. All right, so Bart, we got this track called Sleepless. Yes! This says something to me. This says something to me. I seem to remember the name and the track. I'll get into it. But either way, we're going to hear this track. This is a returning track, so this has been improved and brought back. So now we're going to hear if there are some things that we want to do to it. I'm going to get my notepad, make sure I don't forget it. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The artist known as Bart and the track known as Sleepless.
never saw the ending coming. Oh, I never saw the top of the summit. Oh, I swore that we were destined and infinite. Oh, I try not to call, but girl, I'm desperate. Yeah, yeah. You got me sleepless, watching every sunrise. Now I'm wasted, almost every other night. I'm in pieces, taking anything that I can, just to get you out of my head. Just to get you out of my head. You got me sleepless, watching every sunrise. Now I'm wasted, almost every other night. I'm in pieces, taking anything that I can, just to get you out of my head. The night. Every memory is bitter. Oh, 'cause all my best years are with her. Oh, oh, oh. We were chasing taxis out in the pouring rain. Oh, in New York, falling in love till you jumped the train. Yeah, yeah. You got me sleepless, watching every sunrise. Now I'm wasted, almost every other night.
All right, that's 2 minutes. So no yen. Thank you very much. We are going to go through it. I got a couple of notes for you here. Also, thank you, Gloom Formality, for the follow. Appreciate that. 356 out of 420. So let us keep going. So first things first. I feel like the piano is played. The thing is that it sounds hyper realistic, where I literally hear the finger touching the key, and I hear the pad moving, and I hear the actual felt being played on the key. Like I hear every detail of that piano. So either it's extremely well recorded, or it is an extremely precise emulator. But the problem is that the playing itself is very robotic. So it's like kind of my ears are kind of being fooled rather, but they're not being fooled at the same time. It's like I want to believe it's real sound-wise, but it feels kind of stiff and unmoving and voluptuous in a way. I guess that's not the word for it, but I think that could be resolved with a little bit of MIDI editing, velocity editing. So making a couple of notes more gentle, and then I'm making a couple of them more aggressive, and then trying to see which notes should be more or less aggressive will help that. So another thing here is I had to comment about the reverb on the pre-chorus.
Is watching every sunrise. Now I'm wasted, almost every other night. I'm in pieces, taking anything that I can, just to get you out of my head. Just to get you out of my head.
I guess it was in the verse, actually. Oh, I think that there's this mix between reverb and delay that's happening every now and then. And it's creating this, the resonance, exactly, General Tips, exactly what you're talking about. They do like how the vocal reverb delay creates a nice resonance. It feels like there's some notes that are more accentuated than others, and then in other notes the reverb is like, no, it's chill. It's catching me, and I'm like, there's too much. Wait, no, there's not. Oh, it's a choice. Okay, my bad. And it's like I wrote it down that reverb is big, but no, it's just the interaction between the two, and that is unfortunately for me fooling me again. I want to believe that it's big. Well, rather, I want to believe that it's. I want to believe that it's something like there, but there's not something there afterwards, and it's kind of like I like it, but I also don't. Super weird. Denji, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Awesome. I'm trying to find the words for it, but like I both love it and find it inconsistent in a way. It's weird, right? Because usually I actually love the accents, the way that they're done. I usually like it, but it's not working, unfortunately. Gloom Formality, unfortunately, yes, today the queue is closed for this session. We will be back next week. Be sure, well, you've already followed, actually, Gloom Formality, so you will get the alert as soon as we go live. And, yeah, we'll have time to take your song then, absolutely. So yeah, I'm undecided about how I feel about the reverb. I feel like it's one of those things where the more I listened to it, the more it would grow on me. Because right now I feel unsure, but it's something that I feel like I will end up appreciating more than I will end up disliking. So, something just fun, I guess. The other thing is that during your drop,
You got me sleepless, watching every sunrise. Now I'm wasted, almost every other night. I'm in pieces, taking anything that I can, just to get.
so there's two notes that are missing some. They're not missing some sub. I know that there's sub there because I feel it on the other notes. So I know intellectually that you have filled in the sub frequencies for those particular notes well. But they are still missing for my speakers, which go down to 50 hertz or 45, I think. I think I've checked this on stream at some point. There's missing some low end, so you're going to have to probably fuck with octaves. Something that I do notice, however, is that in the section before, I'm actually getting more of the impression for those notes than I am in the drop itself, which is a problem, but at least I know that there's a resolution. So this is what I mean.
Anything that I can, just to get you out of my head. Just to get you out of my head.
All the sub frequencies for those notes, which are the same notes coming up in the drop, all of them are very apparent and all of them are very loud, actually, and like loud enough, and they vibrate and I hear them. So they're at the right level. So I don't know if it would be possible for you to just use this bass and layer it on top of the bass that you have in your drop, but maybe just mixing them will resolve the problem. That might be the most direct route to getting this sounding good. Because right now in the sub, I'm missing a little bit. And I know that you have some. If I had a subwoofer, it would reproduce it. But in a regular audio context, I know that I'll be missing on a lot of home speakers and stuff like that. I know that I'll be missing some of those bass frequencies that I will want to hear. And I think that was my last comment, man. Because I think it happens in the second drop as well.
I'm in pieces, taking anything that I can, just to.
Specifically for the, what note was it? Specifically for the C and the D sharp. For the C and the D sharp, thank you very much. Black Hustles, Black Hustles, I see now. Jesus, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Never mind. Those two notes specifically, the first and third of that repetition, are missing in particular some of that frequency. But that's pretty much all I had to say for your track here. Thank you very much, Snoyen, as always, for submitting, for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide feedback, be open to that feedback as always. Very nice. And thank you for trusting us with your track. Thank you very much, Bart, the artist with the track Sleepless, once again. And that's taking us to our next submission. That's General Tips. All right. General Tips, hit me up with a link. And Snoyen, thank you. See ya around. Hopefully you come back. Come on back now, you hear? God, I hated that. All right. We don't have many left, folks. To all whom joined us today, I will say in advance, thank you very much for being part of the stream in the wonderful way that you guys always are. Okay. This is an Igor very noise / Rubber Johnny inspired Polyphia remix. Oh, really? That's cool. That sounds awesome. Let's listen, shall we? So we will listen to pretty much most of this track. Oh, that artwork though, bro. I call some AI on this, but it's some good AI-age. Oh, damn, bro. That shit's cool. That shit's awesome. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, tips, general tips, and the song Conundrum, which is a Polyphia remix. I think the song Playing God by Polyphia. Let us listen to it together and then comment on it.
All things on earth, living and inert, are formed from the elements forged in some distant and unknown star. Stars will explode. That's 2 minutes. Sorry, I was writing my note. Couldn't see that timer. Okay, so to be certain, this is really weird. The structure's unconventional. You're not going to be getting on fucking fly. You're not going to be getting on any top 40 charts with this track. Let's not lie, because Polyphia is not even getting on any top 40 tracks with this charts with their tracks. But what I will say is that it's cool, but it is very musical masturbation. Like, the themes are not exactly recurrent. There are some that are, but they're the ones that are the Polyphia covers. Like your rhythmic themes or your melodic themes are kind of a bit chaotic in that way. So there's not really much to be tracking. There's not really much to be like holding on to as like a home base kind of thing, which I think is the point. I could be wrong about that, but it's dope in its thought process. I feel like there is just some editing that can be done to make this a little bit more digestible, because it is very hard to understand and perceive what the fuck is going on with this in the first place. And I to a certain extent, I understand making music like that, like music that only you can really understand, and even you sometimes don't really get it. But like to a certain extent, I think it's fun to also
well, what did we say before about restraints create creativity? It's like essentially when you're giving yourself some boundaries, such as like the conventionality of music, it does sort of force you to think outside the box in an even more creative way, which is like, how will I make this shit original given its common structure? But again, I understand creating music outside of conventionalities. I understand that. Let's go through a couple of things. First of all, I'll say overall, your high mids are a bit aggressive. This might be a mixing thing. This might be speakers that you're using or headphones that you're using that might be too soft in the high mids, and therefore you mix them up a little bit, but they are giving a little bit too much energy in the high mids personally, and not enough energy in the low mids. Specifically, dynamically in the low mids. I'm missing a lot of the snare and a lot of the kick low mids to really come through and make go like pooh or poof. I need that. I need more of that, especially for the aggressivity of this song and the staccato and chaotic nature of it all. I think you certainly could do with a more aggressive kick and snare combination. The other thing is that there's a shaker in this song that is too loud. We're going to go through it and I'm going to show examples. So first of all, let's talk about the high mids.
All things.
So it plays out in a couple of ways with just the guitars. The clicky, the actual attack of the guitars, it's a little too clicky. And I understand that that's also Polyphia's mixing job, and I know that that is hard in and of itself to manage. But it is a little too clicky and maybe a little too compressed but probably a little too high MIDI. And the reason that I say probably is because in the rest of the tone of the guitars that I'm hearing, it is very brittle. It is very brittle sounding. And again, I know these are pinch harmonics and tap harmonics, so by definition, they're going to be brittle. But I feel like we could beef them up a little bit in the low mids. So that's my thought on the guitars.
Elements forged in some distant and unknown style.
We have more high mids in these vocals, especially with the whistle of the vocals speaking through the distant stars. I love that. It's great. It's fun, but it's a little aggressive. And the fact that you're accentuating the high mids in your vocals is also accentuating that, which is like, ah! So yeah. Moving on. Getting to your actual drop, actually.
Stars will explode.
See, I don't know where essentially it's supposed to drop, which is why it's like, it's part of me is like expecting something to happen and then it doesn't happen. And I'm like, I kind of wanted more there. But that's why it's more a conventional desire of music. But again, we're creating outside of the bounds of that, and I'm trying to respect that, but I feel like we could have something satisfying there, even outside of the conventional bounds. Okay, your snare comes in, and I understand keeping it soft at the beginning. Shred it! Okay, now it's time for us to shred it. You said it yourself. Your words, not mine, but I'm like, okay! Where's the kick? Where's the snare? That's like rule 1 of shredding. Your kick and snare should be there to fucking support the shred, you know? God, these guitars are so fucking cool. And I know that they're all arpeggios, but like still, he's so cool, man. So cool. Fucking Polyphia. The other problem, and I've already said this in theory, but here we hear it very clearly in this particular drop shred area, I suppose. That shaker in particular, very loud. Very, very loud. And the guitars, not loud enough. So I think that at this point, I'm thinking maybe there's some mixing to be done at this point, like where there should be elements that are rethought as the lead element and other elements that are thought as... Because the thing is this is what I'm seeing here. There's not really any sub-element. There's not really any... there's not enough drums or not enough kick.
or kick and snare in particular. There's too much hi-hat. I'm thinking that maybe your mixing choices in and of themselves might be a little too eclectic, considering that the timing is already super eclectic and the arrangement is off the planet. Like, not even on this fucking world. Not even eclectic. Just nowhere. Somewhere else. Like, that's fine, but you have to have something going for you that brings us back down to, like, bond with the song. Otherwise, it's all weird, and nothing is familiar except for the melodies that we're hearing. But even those, not familiar enough, not retaining our attention, next track. That's sort of the effect that it has. And I don't want the next track effect. I want the track effect of, like, turn that up. So yeah, I think that the inadherence to convention is a useful tool, and it's something that absolutely buys you originality points. It is coming back to convention in a creative way that makes our song have purpose and meaning and drive in an understandable way that really makes unconvention worth it, in my opinion. What I'm describing is context and contrast, because everything is in relation to whatever else you're doing in the song. And so if you have no context or contrast, everything weird doesn't make the entire track better. It just makes it more of itself. And not in the best way. Not in the way where it's like we want more personality. This is like someone who, and I don't mean this about your track in that I want it to stop, but this is the equivalent of a person you know at a party who doesn't shut the fuck up about themselves and keeps talking about their own stories and never asks you what you're doing, and you're just there like trying to be polite and drinking along, and you're like, yeah, oh, that's cool. And you can't even say like, oh, what happened then? Because they're too busy telling you what happened then. Like, you're not even a part of the conversation. So it's sort of hard to contribute to that relationship. Fly, missed it. Damn it. And that's what I feel about this song. It's like, it's hard to contribute to the relationship between me and this song. It sounds like it's kind of all you. And I don't necessarily know what to do with that. So it's original. I think it could work on blending originality with convention more to tell a story that is possibly understandable from the first time. Because for sure there are some songs that we listen to over and over and over to really get the meaning and to really understand the meaning of the track. Sure. But there are some stories that we can derive from the first listen through. There is a story we can derive from that most of the time on most of the music that we listen to. That's what I want for your track. Some identifiable features that make us go like, oh yeah, that. Call us back to it. Context. It's everything. Other than that, general tips, other than working on your high mids, kick and snare, beefing it up, and working in general on your low mids, I think, and lows, you will have something that is at least extremely original on your hands, and that's cool. At least there's that. At least you're original, which is like, if you're gonna be weird and you're gonna be unoriginal, you know, but you're being original in that way, even through a cover, even through like a remix cover, same shit. But thank you, General Tips, for allowing us to listen to the track, for allowing us to comment on it. You say it's definitely a lot of song to take in, but those are super helpful notes. And I respect that. I just think that I want you to be able to be taken in on first listen through. That's what I want for your music. That's all I gotta say. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, General Tips. As always, appreciate your presence. Can't say anything against your presence. And can't say anything against your track either. It's just fucking weird. And that's okay. Weird is not a good or bad thing inherently. It's like saying blue is good. Who gives a fuck what you think about the color blue? Weird is weird. Enough said. Because we are a bunch of weirdos together
and we embrace each other. No need to qualify good or bad in this. No, none of us know. Anywho, we're moving on, folks. We have our last submission of the day. Yateski, who has been patiently waiting and whose patience will be rewarded in that we will enjoy his song. His or her. There. I keep doing that. Trying here, folks. So bad. That's why I come here. Thank you, General Tips. I appreciate you being here in the first place. Thank you. All right. We have Yateski with a song called Hit Me Sample. Interesting. Let us listen, folks, to our last of the day. Thanks again to everyone who submitted today and was part of the stream. We will be closing the stream off with this review, and then we will be taking the day. Or the night at this point, because it's like 7:30 here. But yeah. Here we go, folks. Yateski's track, Hit Me. Hit me! That's about 2 minutes there, folks. Okay. Yateski, I have I guess a couple of comments here. So I don't have a problem with the drop necessarily, and we start quickly. I can respect jumping into a drop from the beginning because it's like, let's go, giving our full attention here. So, getting back to this here. I would have liked it build. Thank you, Random the One, for the cheer of 1 bit and reminding me of that moment that happened right here in this very chair. Okay, Yateski, when we get into this here, when we get into this in this way. So that's cool. It's a weird way of coming into it, I guess. And I wouldn't have a comment for it except it doesn't really change. You add a couple of layers of those squeaky little synths in the background, for sure. Those do come in. That is a bit of a change. But like, there's no real, like, anything that's, like, supposed to take my attention in this yet. There's no melody. There's no
there's just basically and it's just repeating over and over, and you're bouncing between, you're on top of that, you're not resolving the chord progression, which is fine. Like, that is a tool. Again, that is a thing you can definitely do with your song. You're doing this ever repeating chord progression that never fully resolves. It's a what's the song by Fleetwood Mac that never resolves. Thunder open, 'cause you can think. That's Rhiannon, is it? Anyways, it's a song that never really, it goes like this between two chord progressions, between the 4 and the 5, and it never resolves. Okay, fine. But then your melody should be a little more complex. It should be like evolving into something differently, or a little bit slower paced or something. And it doesn't do that. So we're missing something leady here. We're missing something that's going to take our attention here, which is, we need that. Then we come to the break. And you resolve it, which is cool. That's like, okay, interesting. That's weird. That timing is weird. Never mind. I miscounted. The timing's fine. But then we come back and like I'm not really one to complain for a short break. This break is pretty short. And the problem is also not just that we're not building enough tension here, but we come back to the same drop as we had in the first place. Now, there's a lot of options that we could have done to make this part more interesting. Adding a lead element, adding vocals, adding something into it. But something that we could have done, that we had already done right before it, to show signs of growth, is continue resolving. So you could have gone... You could have resolved it to the ba 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 ba. You could have very well done that, and that song would have shown a sign of growth, a sign of learning from past behavior. In a way, it's a bad way of saying it, but it would have shown signs that you're learning from whatever has already happened, and we're incorporating new things. Because right now, what it's doing is it's starting pretty high, energy-wise, and it's coming back down very quickly, and then coming right back up to the same level it was at before. So this is sort of the shape of your song right now. Starting high, coming a little bit low here, and then it's coming back up this high. So what I've said before in the past is, if your track is not getting more interesting or more energetic over time, it's losing energy. That's how that works. Simon was taken. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Red Aura, so sorry, man, about the queue being closed. Same things too. Simon's was taken. The queue is closed for the day, so we are not taking any further submissions, unfortunately. But come back next week. We will be back, and we will be able to take some more submissions. So yeah, Yateski, here what I was saying was, if your track isn't growing or isn't evolving over time, you're actually losing energy. You're not maintaining it, you're losing energy. So you absolutely need to create some new elements in this particular section. Like, you absolutely need that. Otherwise, the track itself loses energy, which it does. Then we come back down, and it's the same break, the same length. So it's basically this song's been copy-pasted twice. Okay, not a fan of that. Not really creative, not my personal bag. And then we, out of nowhere, go to another place. I'm not a fan of the super synthy sounding brass here. Not my personal taste personally. But why didn't we use
this part here in the break here or in the intro. Like, let's introduce elements of that particular section throughout the song. You could even throw it on the drop, worst case. You could like loop it a little bit differently and do some fucking funky shit with it, but fuck with it. Like, really throw this section around a little bit. Make your song tell a story by making it evolve and unfurl over time. And if it were to fall back to this section quietly with only this going on, that's a story. That's beautiful, but you have not referred to it in the rest of your track. And that's a problem because it's like coming out of left field, understandably coming out of nowhere. We need to tell the story properly, which is to like set ourselves up for success. So any of these elements that you have in here, choose a couple, throw them in your intro. Choose a couple, throw them on one drop. Choose a couple, extend this break. Either way, it needs more time without the beat. And then when you come back into it, build it into something more. So you start with those synths already playing, and you're already introducing elements, let's say from this section of the song or others that you create. But like, your song needs a little more growth, man. Like, we're a little bit far from the end here. And I say that respectfully because I know that it's accomplishable. You have building blocks that are here, but you need to now create other building blocks to put on top of these ones so that your song doesn't go this, and then it just peters out. What you want it to go is this, and then it builds up. That's what we want. And if it comes down in energy, then it's doing something of interest that is still making our song do this at the end of the day. Because otherwise, it's kind of an unwinnable battle, especially if we want success from our music, which I'm assuming is the case because you're coming to a feedback stream. So you want your music to be better somehow. This is how I think it should be. In any case, that will conclude what I have to say about your track, Yateski. Thank you either way for submitting. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online. Thank you for hopefully being open to the feedback that I am providing and allowing us to provide feedback in the first place. That's always appreciated. It's come to that time where we are going to close the day because it has been 4 hours now that I'm streaming. It's not nothing. No, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna call it today either way because we are our queue's closed and now empty. But once again, to all appreciate the time and feedback. All my pleasure, Yateski. Thank you for trusting us with your track once again. Thank you very much. All y'all, appreciate you all for being part of the stream and submitting your songs. Thanks to the couple of viewers we had on Facebook as well today. People tuning in and out, appreciate that. We will be back next week, possibly on Facebook, possibly on YouTube. Who the fuck knows what we're going to do. But yes, next Tuesday is the next feedback stream, so we'll be back then and look forward to it. Had fun. Look forward to next time. Well, there you go, General Tips. We'll see you next time. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys.